Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN 1000 presents The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Hard-hitting fantasy info to help you land that dub this weekend. Jeff Meller shares the latest news, injury updates, and tips to help you set your lineup. The Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Your football Sunday starts now with Jeff Meller on ESPN Chicago.
Football does indeed start now right here on ESPN Chicago. Week 8 is upon us. Bye Mageddon. That's right, 6 teams on bye. It has obviously been a difficult week to try and navigate who exactly you're going to start. Each and every Sunday morning during the football season, we get you started with your football day here on ESPN 1000. Again, I am Jeff Meller. You can follow me on X at Jeff_Meller. That's MELLER. Of course, we will roll up our sleeves and get fully into a Bears Bonanza starting at 8 o'clock once we're done with the fantasy football breakdown. Bleck and Abdalla will take over. Of course, we'll have the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Meller. And then, of course, the Bears game. We're going to start with that game in a moment here when we talk about who we need to be aware of for injury purposes. Of course, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, Jason McKee on the sidelines for the Bears game right here at noon as the Bears take on the Ravens in Baltimore. And then we'll have the post-game show, Peggy Kaczynski, Yurko. And then after that, I will be back on the post-game show with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer to wrap your football day up here on ESPN 1000. That is the schedule for today. Let's get it going for Week 8.
Play clock down to 7. Jackson motions to his left, brings Flowers in motion, takes the snap. Lamar fakes the handoff, runs left along the hash marks, finds a lane, walks to the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. Lamar Jackson untouched.
Untouched, probably in practice on Friday, even though he is originally listed as a full participant on Friday. That was adjusted after the Ravens ruled Lamar Jackson out yesterday. He is not going to be the starting quarterback for the Ravens. Tough blow for fantasy teams out there. Very good news for Bears fans out there. Lamar Jackson will not start. That means that the Ravens offense, which has been certainly struggling without him the last 2 games, will miss him for a third straight, even coming out of the bye. Ultimately, for fantasy purposes, it's tough to get by without your stud quarterback. But what I will say is this is probably for the best if he's limited in any way. Not sure you want a part of that in Lamar. And with a Thursday game next week, it certainly makes sense for the Ravens to get him fully healthy. But from an offensive standpoint, Derrick Henry has certainly struggled without Lamar. And I'm not sure anybody on the Ravens offense in terms of skill players is really worth starting. But as I mentioned at the top here, bye Mageddon, right? 6 teams on bye, including the Lions, which of course means no Goff, no Gibbs, no ARSB, no David Montgomery, no Laporta. On national tight end's name, no doubt, without Laporta. No Rams today. No Stafford, no Kyron, no Devontae Adams. Puko probably wasn't going to play anyway because he's dealing with the injury, but hopefully he'll be back after the bye. But that's a lot of big names on the Rams roster. No Seahawks. JSN has elevated himself to superstar status. No Darnold. No KW3, probably mercifully. No Raiders today, which means no Genti, who's been very disappointing aside from his game against the Bears. And no Brock Bowers, who he has been out for weeks now. Hopefully he will be back after the bye. Again, no Bowers on National Tight End Day. No Jags today, which means no Travis Etienne, no BTJ. Alas, again, probably mercifully, no Brian Thomas Jr. And, of course, let's hear it for the boys. No T-Law, no Travis Hunter. No Cardinals today. I don't have anybody to mention when it comes to the Cardinals because there's nobody fantasy worthy in their lineup these days. So those are your teams on bye. How are we going to navigate through it? As always, taking your calls, 312-332-3776 if you want to jump on in and talk about it. I have to imagine we're going to have some very disgusting options to talk through today. And somebody who's not on bye, but he's on bye next week. His team's on bye next week. And his team thought it was probably prudent not to push him this week.
Hurts looking. He's still looking. Still looking. Waving. Going down. Going for A.J. Brown. Caught at the 10. In for a touchdown. Hurts to Brown. And Brown fires it into the stands.
After he finally got going last week and rewarded his fantasy owners with some points, a big point game last week, A.J. Brown is out with a hamstring injury. The Eagles have the bye next week as the Eagles host the New York Giants today. So does that mean that it's going to be a big game for Devontae Smith, a big game for Dallas Goedert on National Tight Ends Day? It's certainly possible. The Giants' weakness is their pass defense, and the Eagles finally looked solid last week against the Vikings' pass defense. So maybe, just maybe, I think Devontae Smith and Goddard are going to be locked into most lineups, and Hurts you're obviously relying upon because of his rushing ability. But yes, A.J. Brown ruled out yesterday. And oddly enough, the reports from the NFL insiders are that A.J. Brown is not going to be traded at the trade deadline, which I don't know how to take that. I never really even thought about the possibility of the Eagles unloading A.J. Brown despite the disappointing season and what looks like a lot of frustration from him on the sidelines, in his social media posts after games, because he hasn't been involved the way we expected. But nevertheless, as the defending Super Bowl champion, I never really thought that trading A.J. Brown was a possibility. Well, you can, I don't know if you even will rest at ease knowing that, because theoretically, if he was dealt to another team, there might be more fantasy goodness for him on a more consistent basis without Hurts throwing him the ball. But that's not the case. Both Schefter and Rappaport have said that the Eagles are not looking to trade him. So there you go. How about this? I've already mentioned national tight end quite a bit, but what may have flown under the radar for you ever so slightly yesterday was the fact that it was a very important 10-year anniversary.
You like that? You like that?
Oh, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary, happy anniversary.
Oh, I know you liked the anniversary song from the Flintstones.
You like that? You like that?
Yes, you did. It is the 10-year anniversary, or was yesterday, of Kirk Cousins with a triumphant comeback victory for what was then the Washington Redskins, and then going back into the locker room and taunting.
You like that? You like that?
Yes, we did. Kirk, great drop. And guess what? He is going to be thrust into action for his new team, his second new team after the Vikings. It is now the Falcons, because
first and goal off the Commander's 7. Play action, Penix loops it here to the near side. Into the end zone goes Kyle Pitts, and the Atlanta touchdown.
All right, so Michael Penix is injured. He is recovering from a bone bruise in his knee, which means that Kirk Cousins gets the tasty, juicy matchup of the Miami Dolphins. That's right, at home as well. So that's a very tasty matchup on the waiver wire if you need some quarterback help, and maybe you do, because as I mentioned, Goff, Stafford, Darnold have kind of made their, or for the most part, all three of those quarterbacks have been very consistent, and there's a chance you may need a QB. Kirk Cousins very well could be the best play out there in a pinch for a week. A year further removed from the Achilles injury that he suffered that may have sapped him a lot last year. I'm intrigued to see what he's capable of and if he can maybe get the Falcons passing game going a little bit more. We'd like to see more from Drake London, even though he's had some big weeks. I think this is a possibility with Cousins under center today against the Dolphins. If you need a QB, you can certainly consider using the anniversary boy today.
Handoff, Breece Hall up the middle, easily into the end zone for the Jets touchdown.
All right, so Breece Hall, good news here, is expected to play for the Jets. And I say it's good news even though the Jets run, or I guess full offense, has been abysmal this season with Justin Fields starting. Tyrod Taylor expected to be the starter for the Jets today. The good news is Breece Hall will have an opportunity to take advantage of the 32nd ranked run defense against fantasy running backs, and that is the Cincinnati Bengals in what I am dubbing the Boomer Esiason Bowl. That's right. I'm old enough to remember. I'm old enough to have played fantasy football. In fact, I was playing fantasy football when Boomer Esiason was in the league, primarily when he was playing for the Jets. I'm not that old. Nevertheless, though, I did play 1 year when he was still a member of the Cincinnati Bengals. So, in the Boomer Esiason Bowl, the Bengals host the Jets. Breece Hall will be playing, and he will have a very nice matchup against a terrible run defense in the Bengals. I'll also mention, because the Jets have struggled to keep the ball, I do think they'll get the ball, as long as he's healthy, to Breece Hall quite a bit today and try and lean on the run. And I think Tyrod Taylor will give the offense a little bit more juice, even though Garrett Wilson is going to be out yet another week. They have the bye next week. They're hoping Wilson will return in week 10. I do think this is a good opportunity for Breece Hall, and I do think the Bengals, we saw obviously Joe Flacco pepper Jamar Chase with an endless amount of targets last Thursday night. I expect that to be the case yet again. Probably not to the degree we saw last week, not 20 plus, but could be a really nice game for both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins yet again this week. And I will say Chase Brown looked lively again last week. Finally got back into looking like a productive fantasy player, and against the Jets defense that has struggled this year, I think Chase Brown is certainly a viable start as well. Somebody who's not, though.
Jay firing over the middle, and it's caught for a touchdown. Houston, Nico Collins for 6.
Nico Collins, he's out, and that Houston Texans offense, I don't know what you want to do with that. Really, again, I understand bye weeks here are going to play a role, but honestly, I really don't want a whole lot parts of Nick Chubb or Woody Marks. Nico Collins was really the only viable play at this point. C.J. Stroud has long since lost his fantasy starter status. So Nico Collins not going to go. That does not look good for Houston's offense. The 49ers probably licking their chops at the chance to go ahead and play in Houston today without the big playmaker, and with Christian Kirk out as well. There's really, I guess, if you're desperate, again, I guess I'll get back to Dalton Schultz. That might be somebody who's out there on your waiver wire, and if you need a tight end today, as I mentioned with the 6 teams on bye on National Tight End Day, maybe, just maybe, Dalton Schultz can be an answer for you.
It's on 1st and goal, slant pass, catch, touchdown Mike Evans, touchdown Buccaneers.
All right, well, we will not be playing Mike Evans highlights for, in all likelihood, the remainder of the season. Little bums. We saw last week on Monday night, he dropped what could have been a big gainer, and then, of course, we learned that he broke his collarbone on the play shortly thereafter. Tough blow for a player who I do believe is going to ultimately be a Hall of Famer. I think the streak, the 1,000-yard streak, along with a ton of touchdowns throughout his career. But remember, you're probably aware of this, but Mike Evans, who came into the league in 2014, all the way through 2024. So that is 11 straight seasons of 1,000 yards receiving. He barely got over the threshold last year with 1,004 in that final game. Also 106 career touchdowns. I do think he is probably going to be Canton bound, also considered a leader on his team, and I think also thought of as a pretty good guy. So I do think ultimately Mike Evans will be going to Canton, but this could potentially be the end of the line for him. I know there was conversations about him thinking about retirement, so there's a possibility if he can't return in the playoffs that we may have seen the last of Mike Evans in a Bucs and professional football uniform. So a little bit of a bummer there. Bucky Irving also still out for the Bucs this week. Continued to ride Rashard White. as they have the Saints in New Orleans, which obviously that's a great matchup for Tampa. So you're still rolling with Baker Mayfield. Tez Johnson looking like he can be a little bit of a player, especially in PPR formats where he looks like he's kind of grabbing 4 or 5 catches a week, and he's clearly got a chance for touchdowns. And you know what? I'll also note, if you're looking for a tight end, maybe Cade Otton. I actually grabbed him in place of Mark Andrews early in the wee hours of the morning when waivers ran on one of my leagues, because you know what? Cade Otton has been catching 5 or 6 passes each week, and in PPR formats, I think if you can get that from a tight end, you're certainly happy. And without Lamar, I don't really love using Mark Andrews, so I made the shift to Cade Otton. Maybe, just maybe, if you need a tight end in a PPR scoring, Cade Otton may be out there in your league, so somebody worth considering. How about this guy?
Goes deep downfield, going for Ridley. He's got it into the end zone. Touchdown! Titans!
Wow, you know that was from last year because it was a Titans touchdown for Calvin Ridley, and he has been ruled out. And the reason why you know that's from last year, because as Cam Ward likes to say,
if we keep it a buck right now, we has.
Yes, they are.
We has.
They absolutely are. And the Titans are in Indy today to take on the Colts, who are not ass. They are very good, actually. The top seed in the AFC as we speak. Start your Colts, obviously. Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, they're all in. Michael Pittman, you're probably happy to use him. And how about this? We will wrap up the tight end conversation with saying Ty Warren, probably the newest tight end most likely to celebrate a big day on National Tight End Day. Unless maybe Colston Loveland can do it for the Bears with Cole Kmet out today. I never mentioned that at the top. I don't think most people were using Cole Kmet, but could be a sneaky day to use Colston Loveland if you're in desperation mode for a tight end. One last player or two to mention here as we lock it out on the injury front.
Jake loads one up towards the end zone, towards McLaurin. He catches it! Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! Perfect throw from Daniels to McLaurin!
Well, Jaden Daniels will not be throwing perfect balls to Terry McLaurin against the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium tomorrow night on Monday Night Football because Jaden Daniels has been ruled out, which means Marcus Mariota will be under center. But Terry McLaurin does return, as does Deebo Samuel for the Washington Commanders. So I think you can consider using both those, although I don't love Mariota. I think, again, I'll go back to it. With 6 teams on bye, they may be your best options this week. There you go, all the big injury news you need to know for Week 8 here on ESPN 1000. I am Jeff Meller. Of course, this is the Fantasy Football Show here with you every Sunday morning during the football season. And, of course, as always, presented by the fine folks over at Tullamore Dew. The fine Irish whiskey. All right, when we get back, we will take your calls, 312-332-3776. Answer all of your questions right here on ESPN 1000.
Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew, will be back with the answers to all your fantasy football dilemmas on ESPN Chicago.
We've been cleared for departure. Today, we're out east, where the Bears take on the most dangerous 1-5 team in the league. Lamar Jackson returns from injury, looking to lead his Ravens back into contention. Hi, everybody, it's Jeff Joniak. Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee, we bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. Pregame is on now. To postgame into the evening, this is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Ravens, live from Baltimore. Kickoff today at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim.
For real?
You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7.
How did I not know about this?
'Cause y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The Fantasy Football Show is back with the guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller.
He's listed as questionable. Questionable. What does that mean? No one knows what that means.
Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN.
I mean, they know if they're playing. They know. They should tell us.
That's 312-332-3776. This is the Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2.
Jeff Meller back here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. Just a quick note again, if you missed it, Lamar Jackson ruled out yesterday. It was looking like he was trending towards playing today and returning for the Ravens, but that is not the case. It is going to be Tyler, Snoop. You can never take away my alternate Pro Bowl berth in 2023 Huntley, starting for the Ravens today instead of Lamar Jackson, as Baltimore, it looks like, was playing some shenanigans with the practice reports. Apparently, their explanation for why they listed him as a full go on Friday to the league was that he was in attendance for all of Friday's practice. However, apparently, the Ravens said that he did not take a full starter's reps, and so that is why there was some confusion, although I will just say that John Harbaugh in the past has been somebody who has been somewhat dodgy and coy when it comes to the injury report for the Baltimore Ravens. So I don't know if I completely believe that. I think they were probably trying to lead the Bears astray and have them believe that Lamar Jackson would be the starter, which I always find amusing because, truth be told, I guess it does change the way you prepare defensively. But talk about just a huge sigh of relief on Saturday when Dennis Allen and the Bears defense finds out, hey, we don't even have to worry about Lamar Jackson. I think you kind of just all of a sudden things get a little bit less filled with anxiety when you find that out. So, nevertheless, no Lamar today for the Ravens. It will be Tyler Huntley, and hopefully, big test for the Bears. Hopefully, they can get the win. We'll break it all down for you starting a little bit more at 8 o'clock with Bleck and Abdalla. I'm Jeff Meller. This is the Fantasy Football Show right here on ESPN 1000, presented by Tullamore Dew. Let's get things started with Jordan, who is in Wakanda. What's going on, Jordan?
Hey, Jeff. I know you touched on Dionne and Dalton Schultz, and both are good options today, but I have them both. So I'm just wondering which one.
So I will tell you, I like Cade Otton today. I actually had the choice. Both were available on the waiver wire for me last night, and I made the decision myself to go with Otton. I've liked the production he's had over the last, I'd say 4 to 5 weeks. He's been more of a focal point in their offense. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because Schultz and him, in a PPR format, I think Otton is the safer bet. What I will say is without Nico Collins, Schultz certainly has the possibility to be the leading receiver. But what I don't like I think they're both good options today here for you, Jordan. But what I'll say is what I don't like with Schultz is that the Texans offense has been so bad that I think realistically you're probably looking at 2 touchdowns, right, from the Texans offense. Whereas the Bucs offense with Baker Mayfield against the Saints today, it's been humming all season long, and I think there's a good chance for 4 or 5 touchdowns from the Bucs. So I think Cade Otton, it's more of a bet on, trying to get a piece of some of those touchdowns today. I think they're more likely to have a bigger game. So that's why I'd go with Otton over Schultz today, Jordan.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it, Jeff.
No problem. Thank you for making the call. 312-332-3776. Let's try Larry, who's in Minooka. What's going on, Larry?
Hey, good morning, Jeff. In the half PPR for a tight end spot between Zach Ertz or Theo Johnson.
Ooh, so, I don't know if I completely trust Theo Johnson just yet. A half-point PPR, not nearly as enticing as PPR would be for Ertz. It's tough, but, boy, I get back to, I guess if you want the safer play, I think Ertz is your guy there, Larry, but Theo Johnson does have, the ability. We saw him make the deflected catch last week and go in for the score there for the Giants as they tried to hold on against the Broncos before they had that epic collapse. But, I think Theo Johnson's like more of a big play guy there. So I guess do you want like a safer floor or a higher ceiling, Larry?
It don't matter to me.
All right, well, I guess I would probably roll Zach Ertz. I think there's probably, especially in the red zone, we still know that he's a decent option. And sometimes I think with backup quarterbacks, tight ends are actually a better play near the red zone. So I think Mariota with Zach Ertz, that could be a little bit of a better combo than Theo Johnson and the rookie Jackson Dart. Although I've been impressed with what I've seen from Jackson Dart. 312-332-3776. Let's go on out to our buddy Mike, who is in Mount Prospect. Mikey, good morning, my friend.
Hey, hi, Jeff. I got a trade deal here. We have a 10-team league. Everybody's got 2 quarterbacks, all right?
Okay.
My trading partner needs a quarterback desperately, and I need a wide receiver desperately. All I have is a pretty good one, Chase, but the other ones have been hurt or whatever. So I have Jalen Hurts and Drake May. He's willing to trade one or the other. And then the last minute, I did pick up a third quarterback, Dart, knowing that he wanted to make the deal.
Yeah.
And the deal was one of these quarterbacks for O'Donnell's, wide receiver for the Bears, of course, and McConkey with the Chargers.
Sure.
Now, I didn't realize that Dart and May have buys on the 14th, so I'm going to have to keep Jalen Hurts, I think, and trade Drake May, which he's willing to do.
Yeah, so I will tell you this, Mike. Drake May has looked fantastic all season long. But what this leads me to, and honestly, Hurts, he's a safer play, I think, with the rushing touchdowns. That's probably what you want to do anyway. And Jackson Dart has shown, at least while he stays healthy, he's more than a viable fantasy quarterback. So I think you absolutely make the trade, Drake May. And I think there are better days ahead for Lad McConkey. However,
I do too.
I think Rome Odunze legitimately has a shot when the season's over to be the Bears' top wide receiver. So I would go ahead and make the deal, May, for Rome Odunze. You've got a nice backup in Dart. So, yeah, I would go ahead and make the deal, Mike, and not even think twice about it.
All right. Thank you very much.
No
Jeff.
problem, Mike. Appreciate it as always. And I'll mention this, too. One thing I don't love about Drake May, and it hasn't really bitten him yet, but Josh Allen as well. New England and Buffalo. I swear, I've been playing this game for so long, and I cannot remember the season when Buffalo and New England didn't have a ridiculous blizzard, snow, wind game in the fantasy playoffs. And for quarterback purposes, Josh Allen is just such a freak, such a unicorn that he seems to have evaded it, but I think he's done so primarily because of his rushing ability in some of those games. It's just, I'll just tell you, you can do it, you can survive it, but it scares me to have a Buffalo or New England quarterback, and this gets back to Brady's days in New England primarily, knowing that they're going to be playing one of those stupid blizzard games where you just don't know what to expect. So from a fantasy perspective, I have, for the most part, tried to avoid rostering, Tom Brady and Drake May. This is the first year where he's kind of entered the conversation for, fantasy starter relevance. But it's something to mull over. If you're in the fantasy playoffs in week 15 or 16, and you have to consider using Drake May, again, you're going to start Josh Allen, but you might be a little bit reluctant. You may not love what you're seeing. So if there's a trade on the table and you can get away from Drake May before the winter weather comes rolling in, it may not be a terrible idea. You obviously have to like the trade, but it might be it might be the reason why you kind of are willing to, the final push, if you will, to go ahead and move him off of your roster, even though I will say Drake May has been absolutely spectacular this season in real life and in fantasy. 312-332-3776. Let's try Dave, who's in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Dave-O, what's up, bud?
Good morning. I got a PPR question here. I need two of these three, Diggs, Sutton, and Debo. And I know you talked about Evans earlier. Would you drop Evans just to pick up somebody else?
Yeah, I honestly don't think that Mike Evans is going to return in the regular season. If he does, it might be week 16. It's pretty much a 2-month injury generally at the quickest. So realistically, we're talking about, if Mike Evans returned for your let's call it week 15, they were really aggressive. Honestly, is anybody going to feel comfortable using Mike Evans sight unseen, returning from injury in their fantasy playoff matchup? I wouldn't feel comfortable using him that first week back. So for me, it's a pretty easy drop. Use that roster spot because you're basically, for the next 7 or 8 weeks, do you really want to, have a zero in that spot from Mike Evans and have to hold him, not knowing if he's even going to come back? So I would certainly have no problem dumping him, Dave. And then as for your starters today, Debo, Sutton, and Diggs, I definitely want to use Cortland Sutton. I haven't mentioned it a lot today, but the Broncos are hosting the Dallas Cowboys, and the top 2 fantasy offenses in football are the Dallas Cowboys and whoever is playing the Dallas Cowboys. So I think Cortland Sutton is a must start today. And then Debo and Diggs, I would go ahead and use Stephon Diggs with Drake May throwing him the pill instead of relying on Marcus Mariota.
Thanks, Jeff.
No
Have
problem.
a great rest of your weekend and hope you win today.
Thank you. You too, Dave. Good luck to you. 312-332-3776. That's the number to jump on in. We're talking fantasy football with you right here as we do each and every Sunday morning during the football season on ESPN Chicago.
This is the Fantasy Football Show. Back after this on ESPN 1000.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. And now, with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? SafeStep walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
You're listening to The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Tullamore Dew on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Couple quick notes to clean up here. I'm ashamed of myself. Mad Hatter pointed out to me on X when I said, "Who in the hell are you starting on the Cardinals rosters these days?" Because of course I was talking about the 6 teams on bye, and of course Trey McBride. I actually have Trey McBride on one of my teams, but I've been dealing with the backup tight end decision all week long that I legitimately forgot for a moment that I had Trey McBride. So it's a good problem to have. Trey McBride obviously has been awesome this season. Last season, he's one of the best tight ends in all of football. So he is somebody who is going to be sorely missed on bye. As I mentioned, 6 teams on bye Mageddon. No Lions, no Rams, no Seahawks, no Raiders, no Jags, and no Cardinals. Jeff Meller here on The Fantasy Football Show. I should mention, too, how about this? I apologize. This evaded me. I do a lot of my prep work on Friday, and then on Saturday throughout the day, I will scan. This one evaded me, so I apologize. I was somewhere between World Series, college football, and Premier League game matches. I actually missed the fact that Tyrod Taylor was ruled out with a knee injury. He was originally thought to be the starter for the Jets, but no, Justin Fields is going to be back under center for the Jets, which is not good for the offense. But I will say The Bengals do have the 32nd ranked defense when it comes to fantasy scoring against running backs. So I still want to use Breece Hall today, but not good. Not good for the rest of the Jets offense. I am concerned that it could be defunct by Justin Fields as the game rolls on when they try and convert first downs. But I digress. 312-332-3776. Let's try TJ, who's on the south side. Tej, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I have a flex question. PPR. Jalen Waddle, Alvin Kamara, or Josh Downs?
And you need one, TJ?
I just need one.
Yeah, I'm going to use Alvin Kamara over Waddle and Downs. I don't like what's going on with the Dolphins offense. Tua's in the post-game press conference talking about how he's short and can't always see open wide receivers. That is an absolute disaster in Miami. So I'm not going to say that Jalen Waddle can't have a big day. I just don't want to count on it. And I think Kamara is always a pretty solid part in their in the Saints offense. So I'd use him. Downs, he's still a little too inconsistent for my liking.
And I picked up Ott like you.
Otten?
Yep, I sure did.
Yep. Yeah, I think Kate Otten's a pretty safe play for people looking for tight ends today. Let's try Phil, who's in Aurora. Good morning, Phil. You're on the Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew. What's up, Phil?
Yeah, so I've got Standard League Flex. I need two. Keon Coleman, Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he? Theo Johnson and Jalen Waddle.
All right, so in this situation, Phil, I actually will advise you to go ahead and use Waddle because I don't like the other options as much as I do like Waddle there. So, and I would go back to Terry McLaurin. He's, been out for several weeks now, but he's returning and he's been a full participant in practice all week. So I think the Commanders will utilize him quite a bit this week. So I'd use McLaurin and Waddle, who in my opinion are pretty clearly the two best talents of your options there, Phil.
All right, great. Thank you.
No problem. Always bet on the talents when there's like a huge pretty big gap, and I do think there is when we talk about the players that Phil brought up there. Let's try Scott, who's in Maryville. Good morning, Scotty.
Hey, what's the good word? I need two of these three. These are like the bottom of the end of the bench type slots, but it's Brashard Smith, Kyle Monangai, or Woody Marks. And I'm really wondering, because I got Monangai on two teams. That's kind of what this is about. If you like Monangai better than both or one of those guys, that's why I said 2 out of 3. I'm trying to figure out kind of two slots here, but I wanted to, 2 out of those 3 running backs, and it is full PPR.
Now full PPR throws a little. Brashard Smith is interesting because I do think he's looked somewhat explosive, and but the problem for the Chiefs is that we know for I guess Brashard Smith specifically is that Pacheco has started to look rejuvenated a bit. Brashard Smith is probably only going to get 10 snaps max realistically. So that's the hard part. I think even though I like his ability and the future for Brashard Smith potentially in that pass-catching offense, I think I'd still use the other two, Monangai and Woody Marks, Scott, because I think both those guys are going to be on the field and have, far more touches when everything's said and done. So I'm just betting on the volume there.
Okay, that's what I was thinking too. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks, Scott. But, Brashard Smith's an interesting play. I do think he could have some value as the season progresses here, specifically, too, if the Chiefs don't make a trade for a running back. I know there's been some rumors floating around about someone like Breece Hall, Alvin Kamara, even though Kamara has said he wants to stay and finish his career in New Orleans. I still wouldn't rule out if the Saints came to Alvin Kamara and said, hey, the Chiefs are interested, they'd like to trade for you, you have to believe that Kamara would be like, you know what, let's go try and win a Super Bowl. But nevertheless, until that happens, Brashard Smith could have some future value. He could be somebody worth adding to your roster at the back end if you've got deeper rosters and he's still floating around out there on your league's waiver wire. Let's try Anthony, who is in Evanston. What's going on, Anthony?
Good morning, Jeff. First of all, thank you for still continuing to do your weekly waiver wire drops on Waddle and Silvy.
Oh, no problem, man.
Appreciate it. It's helped all season. By McGettin, like you, McBride on bye, so I need Schultz or Mason, as you talk, two terrible offenses, but injuries on both sides. So
yeah,
unless there are two evils this week.
Yeah, I definitely. I'm not buying using Mason Taylor right now, especially with the news I just broke to myself about 5 minutes ago about Justin Fields being under center. That passing offense with him, unfortunately, is just not reliable. It certainly, maybe Taylor gets 3 or 4 catches and a touchdown. If he gets the touchdown, he will be the better play. But I definitely like Dalton Schultz today without Nico Collins. I think he's probably going to lead the Texans in catches. So in a PPR scoring format, I like Dalton Schultz pretty clearly over Mason Taylor today.
Thank you, Jeff.
No problem, Anthony.
It. Good luck this week.
Yes, you as well, and thanks for the kind words. Yeah, if you are unaware, during Waddle and Silvy each week on Tuesdays, we run the waiver wire right around, I think they usually do around 5:45. So I always throw it together for them, and they run it right around 5:40, 5:45 on Tuesdays. So if you're looking for some waiver wire help during the week, you can check out Waddle and Silvy in the 5 o'clock hour, and you'll get some of my thoughts on who you should be looking at on your waiver wire in fantasy football. 312-332-3776. We'll wrap up the show when we come back, and come back with Justin Pottinger's daily fantasy football play right here on the Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew.
Don't go anywhere. The Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew, will be back with the answers to all your fantasy football dilemmas on ESPN Chicago. Cap and Chamberlain, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Spite Electric smart home products make everyday living simply smarter. Add color to your home's exterior with LED outdoor string lights. They're perfect for holidays or get-togethers, and they can be scheduled to automatically turn on or off. View our entire selection of Spite Electric smart home products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
The Fantasy Football Show with a guru of fantasy football, Jeff Meller. Dial us up at 312-332-ESPN. That's 312-332-3776. This is The Fantasy Football Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2.
All right, let's see if Justin Pottinger is going to hypnotize us with another strong daily fantasy play. Big win for JP last week. He gave out Quinshon Judkins, who, if you listened, you know, had a monster week last week for the Browns. 3 touchdowns, 84 yards, I believe, and he was toting the rock and touching the ball 25-plus times. I think 28 when all was said and done. So great call by Justin Pottinger last week. JP, who do we got this week for Fantasy Daily Plays?
All right, this week I'm going to go with the tight end because it is National Tight Ends Day, and we're going to go with Dallas Goedert. Now, I love this pick today. Not only do I love the Eagles in general to get a little revenge against the Giants at home, but today we have no A.J. Brown, as we talked about earlier. I want to remind you of what Goddard can do when A.J. Brown's not on the field. Last year, it was 4 games. Goddard averaged 6 catches per game, 81 yards, and he had a 27% target rate. This year, I feel like a lot of people have had him on they've had him on your bench, just kind of hanging there. But he's quietly been a top 5 tight end this season. He knows how to get in the end zone, and I feel like Hurts will be able to find him at least once today, and it should be a blowout game. His price is a little cheap here. It's about $4,200 on DraftKings, $5,800 on FanDuel. I love Goddard today, and since there is a lot of buys, if you're having a couple problems here, another player I do like is Tez Johnson. I won't go too much into him. Tez Johnson, wide receiver for the Buccaneers. But this week, it's Goddard.
Dallas Goedert has 5 touchdowns already. That's tied for 3rd most in all of football. So, yeah, I like the play, and especially, as you pointed out, without A.J. Brown, I think that's a solid move. Let's try Tom in Bridgeport. Tommy, you're on the Fantasy Football Show, presented by Tullamore Dew. What's going on, man?
Good morning, Jeff. How you doing? I think you already answered my question. I'll give it to you anyway. I need one of these 3 quarterbacks. Justin Fields, Kirk Cousins, or Marcus Mariota.
So, yeah, Tom, I'd say I almost said Marcus Mariota, just repeating you, but I do not mean that. No, Kirk Cousins pretty easily is, I'm using him with no second thought over both Fields and Mariota.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
No problem. Thank you, Tom. Good luck. Let's try Arnold, who is in Palmwood. What's going on, Arnie?
Yes, question. I need 2 out of 3. Bye weeks will kill me. Woody Marks, Mark Andrews, or Travis Kelce. Standard league.
And you need 2 of those 3? I'm going to say I would use Kelce and Woody Marks. Andrews, listen, I was getting ready to slot him into my lineup when I thought Lamar Jackson was going to play. But, of course, we led the show talking about how he was ruled out, and with Tyler Huntley under center for the Ravens today, which is going to be talked about quite a bit today right here in your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000, when Bleck and Abdalla take over at 8 o'clock. As soon as I'm done here, of course, Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Meller on the pregame show. We'll talk a lot about it. Dionne also, I hear you, Dionne. She's texting me her fantasy issues. Arnie, you're not the only one dealing with bye week hell. Everybody is dealing with bye week hell. Worst bye week season of the year, 6 teams on bye. And as I mentioned, the Lions, Rams, Seahawks, Raiders, Jags, Cardinals. Lions and Rams, of course, the biggest teams for fantasy purposes that are out. So if you are a Puka Nacua owner like Dionne Miller and you need some help, jump on in, or you can always, as always, follow me on X at Jeff_Meller. That's MELLER. And I'll try and get them to you. As long as you get me your questions before 11 a.m., I can usually get you an answer. Let's try Lou, who's in Elk Grove. What's going on, Lou?
Hey, good morning, Jeff. I got a couple questions here. I got PPR, flex spot at one point, either Kamara or Kittle. And then with QB spot, either Rodgers, Flacco, or Cousins.
Rodgers, Flacco, or Cousins. All right, so they're all – that one's tough because they're all kind of in that mid-range. I just think Aaron Rodgers this week against the Packers, Sunday Night Football, he's the play. I don't know if the yardage total is going to be as big as somebody like Joe Flacco can have, but I think if they get near the goal line, Rodgers is going to be looking for those short touchdown passes, which is going to make for a nice week. So I'm thinking 2 or 3 passing touchdowns pretty easily for Aaron Rodgers this week, potentially 4 if they can get down there that much. So I'm using Rodgers at quarterback, and then Kamara or Kittle. I'm going to use Kamara, Lou. Unfortunately, Kittle last week, even though he returned, it was a bit of a disaster. But you know what? No, I'm thinking that through. I don't think they're going to repeat that. I just think it's a tough matchup against the Texans, but still no. You know what? I'm going to go back to Kamara because it's Mac Jones. And just the only guy I can count on for the 49ers is McCaffrey. So I think I'd still use Kamara against that Bucs defense, which is banged up and giving up a lot of points. So I'd use Kamara over Kittle.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Lou. Appreciate it. Let's try James, who is in Norwood Park. What's going on, Jimmy?
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Full point PPR, and for the flex spot, I got Judkins in there right now, but he's got a tough matchup.
He does.
And I was wondering between him, Pitts, or Franklin.
Yes.
They got easier matchups.
No, you're right on. And Quinshon Judkins, thanks, James, for the call. Quinshon Judkins, despite the fact that he had a monster week last week, it is a very tough run defense against the Pats, but I will say, of those options, you still got to use Judkins over Pitts and Franklin. Now, Franklin's interesting with the Cowboys' defense, which is absolutely atrocious, but Judkins is going to get 20-plus touches, and I don't think you can get away from using that volume in fantasy.
We're coming up in the 2-minute warning. This is the 2-minute warning.
And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning.
All right, fast and furious here, final moments, and Isaac in Denver. Don't have time for you on the air here, Isaac, but he wants to know 3 of 4. He's got Waddle, DK Metcalf, Tetz McMillan for the Panthers, and Woody Marks. And Isaac, of those 4 options, I think all your receivers are the play. Jalen Waddle, DK Metcalf with the Steelers, of course, and Tet McMillan. I like all those guys over Woody Marks today. Brad in Jefferson Park wants to know, he needs 2, Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle, Cameron Scattaboo. He needs 2 of those 3 options. I'm going to use Scattaboo and Rico Dowdle there, Brad. That is going to do it for us here on the Fantasy Football Show, as always, presented by Tullamore Dew. Thanks to the fine folks over at Tullamore Dew. Coming up next, the Bears coverage begins. Of course, Bleck and Abdalla will get you going right after us, and then the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne Miller will take you up to the start of the Bears game with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. Peggy and Yurko with the postgame show, and then I will be back with the postgame show with Jason McKee and Pat the Designer. Thanks for listening, folks. Bleck and Abdalla get you set for Bears and Ravens up next right here on ESPN 1000.
That does it for the Fantasy Football Show today, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. But don't miss more of Jeff Meller later today on the Bears postgame show, 2 hours after the Bears game ends. And next week, when the Fantasy Football Show returns every Sunday at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Touchdown.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The corner booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago. Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck.
Welcome in. It's week 8 of the NFL season. Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you for the next 2 hours as we get you set for kickoff. Joniak and Thayer will have the call of today's game live from Baltimore as the Bears face off against the Ravens. You can listen to all of the action right here on ESPN Chicago. 4 hours of post-game coverage. Bleck and Abdalla will walk you into the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne as we get set for the Bears and the Ravens. The Bears are 4-2. The Ravens are 1-5. And Abdalla, on a Saturday, we had breaking news in regards to this game specifically. Lamar Jackson yesterday was ruled out, and the NFL will investigate what went on with Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens and the way they announced his practice throughout the week on the injury report, because Adam Schefter has a column up on ESPN.com saying that sources are telling ESPN that in reality, when the Ravens listed Lamar Jackson on Friday as a full participant, that wasn't true because he was taking the practice team reps in practice, which would then qualify a quarterback. If you're playing in practice and you're taking the practice team reps, that would qualify you as, quote, limited, which the Ravens listed Lamar Jackson on Friday as a full participant, which would then lead you to believe that he was actually participating in the game plan for this upcoming Sunday. So the NFL is going to investigate because there's something going on there with John Harbaugh and the Ravens and the way that they have given this information to the public and to the NFL. On the flip side, this is fantastic news for Bears fans. You are entering a game today where you got to win this game. You are banged up in the secondary. We'll go through all the different Bears injuries heading into this contest, and you are down a few names. And the Bears yesterday, as a part of all the news that broke yesterday, placed Kyler Gordon on IR. So he's going to be out for at least 4 weeks here with his groin/hamstring injury. But this is a game the Bears got to win today.
Yeah.
That's how we start our Sunday.
Yeah, so the Ravens put out a statement. Lamar Jackson was present for and participated fully in our entire Friday practice upon further evaluation today. And after conferring with the league office, because Lamar didn't take any starter reps in practice, we updated our report to reflect his participation. This week, huh? Of all weeks? Of all the weeks?
Yeah.
Of all the weeks with everything going on in the NBA and the gambling scandal and head coaches being arrested and former players being perp walked, like of all weeks.
Well, and this
is what's because the second the news came out, the point spread went from Bears plus 6.5 to Bears plus 1.5, and now the Bears are around a 2.5, 2-point underdog, depending on where you're looking. And we talked about this because the beginning of the week, we didn't know. He didn't participate in practice on Monday. Lamar Jackson did not participate in practice on Monday. The Ravens were coming off their bye week, so they did have some form of practice on Monday. They did nothing on Tuesday as NFL teams have their regularly scheduled off day on Monday. He came back. We were on the air as we had video cameras on ESPN watching him running out onto the field as NFL Live was taking place, and he was practicing, and then he was practicing Thursday, and it was weird then because we didn't have like a source off, the Bleck and Abdalla trademarked source off. We didn't have that. However,
well, you do need to give credit. Adam Schefter and Courtney Cronin all week were suggesting that Lamar Jackson was not going to play.
Exactly. And a lot of analysts and a lot of insiders, Courtney Cronin and Adam Schefter and Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, were all suggesting that they didn't believe that there was something going on that he might not play. Diana Rossini on the other side, The Athletic, said she believed that he was going to play. Now it comes out on Saturday, breaking news, just out there, he's not going to play. And this is very beneficial for the Bears. Not only do they not get Lamar Jackson this week, but obviously we know they don't get Joe Burrow next week when they face the Bengals. So this is a huge break for the Bears. Obviously, it's still a very tough road game. They get some news of their own. Like you mentioned, Braxton Jones, Kyler Gordon going on IR. Not good news for the defense. Kyler Gordon coming back and finally getting a chance to play, playing well, getting injured, having to leave the game, and then going right back to IR. Not good for him, having a very bad, not bad season, but just an injury-riddled season for him, unfortunately. But now, yeah, you're right. You have to go in on the road and try to find a way to win this game. It's going to be Tyler Huntley is going to start. They benched the backup Cooper Rush, so Tyler Huntley is going to start for the Ravens today. He played in the Rams game, did not play very well. They lost that game 7-3. And right now, the Ravens are in a dire situation where they need to win a game to try to preserve their season, and they're going to go with Tyler Huntley against a Bears team that has their defense has played very well so far. They've relied a lot on turnovers. They got to the quarterback and Spencer Rattler, the Saints, a lot last week. They got to him 4 times. They sacked him 4 times. They hurried him a lot. They got a lot of quarterback hits. So hopefully they can do the same to Tyler Huntley, and they can go into Baltimore and come out with a win today.
You know, like a couple of things that I was thinking about as you laid that out was when you look at the Ravens statement, the statement's also not entirely true. I mean, what they're saying is that he didn't take starter reps. You can practice as an NFL player and be a full participant and not be a starter. You see what I'm saying? Like, because that statement would lead you to believe that any player who's not a starter on an NFL team would not be listed as a full participant. That's not the case. What Adam Schefter is reporting is that Lamar Jackson was taking the practice squad reps. So the Ravens were clearly trying to deceive with the public information that they were giving. And you're right. Of all weeks. But
man.
Also, like, I think that's what's important here is, like, they clearly had an idea within the building that Lamar Jackson was not going to play this week.
Yeah.
And so great reporting from Schefter, from Courtney Cronin. So they nailed it. And to your point, like, Vegas usually knows this stuff before the insiders do. And the fact that the entire week, early yesterday, the line was 7.
Yeah.
I saw the Bears +7 in some spots. You know, right now, and you're right, the line, when the news happened that Lamar Jackson would not play today, the line dropped all the way down to like a 1.5. Saw it a point and a half in different places. Right now on DraftKings, the Bears are a 3-point underdog.
Yeah.
I mean, so you're getting 3 points. To me, that seems like an obvious play. Tyler Huntley is not a good quarterback. He can move a little bit, and he's not going to be as bad as Cooper Rush. But, I mean, I think the key here today is if the Bears' defense in their front four can get after Huntley, the Bears are going to win this football game.
Well,
and to the other point that you make is looking at the schedule, it really sets up real nicely here. If in the next 2 weeks, the Bears can take care of their own business. You already saw on Thursday night, Minnesota lost again. They got killed by the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. Tonight, there's a tough game for the Packers on the road against Pittsburgh. Don't know how that's going to kind of shake out this evening. It's going to be a really good game to watch. Bears have an opportunity to hang around in this division, hang around in the playoff conversation. Take care of your business today in Baltimore.
Yeah, and already looking ahead to next week, the Bears are a 1.5-point favorite going into Cincinnati. So they're already a favorite in that game. And the Bengals are getting Trey Hendrickson back today. He is going to play coming back from that back injury. So they are getting healthier there too. But I think, just looking around, as someone who grabbed 6.5 points on Tuesday, I'm very happy.
Good.
I feel good.
Abdalla didn't have to tease anything today to get it to 6.
Listen, I put them in a teaser still. But listen, I'm always teasing the Bears. But I didn't have to do it, but I still did. Look, this is a team that is negative 13% in net success rate. This is a team that is plus 13 in turnover differential, and we will talk about it week in and week out. Yes, this defense relies on turnovers, and they will tell you that they practice it. But this is a pendulum that will eventually swing the other way. And they will have a game where they will not be able to turn over the football. And whether that's today, whether that's against the Bengals, whether it's against the Steelers or the Vikings or something, it is eventually going to happen. So you can't just rely on it. They went an entire season so far struggling to get to the quarterback. Finally, last week, they managed to get 4 sacks against Spencer Rattler. And we found out that the Saints, now the offense struggled for a while, but the Saints are just not a good team. Now, they won also in that stretch of this 4-game stretch here where they've won 4 games in a row. They blocked a field goal to win a game, and they had to kick a last-minute field goal to win a game. Now, you beat the crap out of the Cowboys. That was a good win. And you beat the crap out of the Saints. Another good win. But if you're a gambler, if you're looking at this from, 30,000 feet up, the Bears, people can say, can be lucky to be 4-2 because you beat up on at the time, the NFL season is very long. At the time, a bad Cowboys team who is progressively getting better and better. Their defense is still not good. And you beat up on one of the worst teams in the NFL in the Saints, and you got lucky to win 2 games.
Yeah, that's a fair way to look at it. I don't disagree. I think it's very difficult to win any game on an NFL schedule. So even when we look at teams that are bad, you really can only hope for a blowout against teams that have given up. There's very few of those teams, especially through 7 weeks of the season, who have just flat out given up. Mm-hmm. We'll see if Miami is one of those teams today, right? Like Miami on the road as a big underdog, there's a chance that either that's the smart play because you're getting so many points in a spot where you don't expect them to play, or they're a team that's absolutely given up and they're going to get rolled. Mm-hmm. Like the Jets. The Jets are dangerously close to being a team that has flat out given up on the season.
Yeah.
Dangerously close. Everyone else, you're going to fight through these games. So I have no problem. I'm not going to apologize for wins.
No, absolutely
with
not.
last-second blocks or a field goal here or a turnover there. You take the win, you run with it. I think as the week started last week, you asked the question on Bleck and Abdalla 2 to 3 weekdays on ESPN 1000. You asked the question, is this team good? I don't think it really matters if they're good right now. I think what will matter is over the course of the next 6 weeks, if they start playing good football, what can they accomplish? And I feel like that's what Ben Johnson said after the Commanders game. Like, look at all the penalties that we've had. Look at how we've played. The Bears haven't really pieced together a really good, perfect game. The offense continues to shoot themselves in the foot with false starts and illegal procedures and all these different penalties. You have stuff throughout these games. Now, the defense has really stepped up in the last couple of weeks, really started to improve. So that's where we look at today. Today, you are still, by Vegas standards, an underdog heading into this matchup. But then again, you have the winning record. You have your starting quarterback. You, I think, have a coach who is in the upward trajectory of his coaching career That was
a great conversation I heard the other day on Cap and J Hood.
John Harbaugh,
Yes.
which right now it seems like he is teetering on hot seat.
Oof.
Right? Like, for a coach who's had so much success in Baltimore for so long.
Who'd have thunk it?
He is on the edge of hot seat. So, this is, again, like my theme for today is like the Bears have to go out there and take care of business, and they will get a win today, and they will get their 5th win and keep pace with those at the top of the conference, and that's all you can really ask for at this point. Don't apologize that the Ravens don't have their starting quarterback.
No.
Or Joe Flacco is going to start next week for the Bengals. Take these wins, because guess what? After you get that Bengals game and the Giants, you're going to flip on the switch, and you have the Steelers, Eagles, Packers, Vikings again. You have teams that have playoff aspirations on the horizon. Start putting some of these wins in your pocket to save for later. I mean, that's what this is all about today.
Look, this is going to come down to pretty much one thing. Can you stop Derrick Henry? Can you stop Derrick Henry? Because I don't think Tyler Huntley is going to beat you. I might eat my words, and Tyler Huntley might throw for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns, and they might end up beating the Bears with him. I don't think that that's going to happen. But it might, right? But I think this is going to come down to, can the Bears stop the run? And can you stop Derrick Henry? He's had some fumbles this year. Their offensive line hasn't been great for him this year. Can this defensive line step up and find ways to stop Derrick Henry? You've got some guys out with Kyler Gordon going back on IR. He's been, decent in the run game and blitzing and all that kind of stuff. So I'm wondering can this defensive line step up, because their defense is getting healthier. Roquan Smith is back. Their secondary is one of the best in the league. Their defense is getting better. So this offense, the Bears offense, might struggle to put up points. So this might be, I know that the total is very high in this game, but I'm wondering if the Bears can keep now with Lamar Jackson out. They're pretty one-dimensional with running the football with Derrick Henry. You have to stop him from running the football, because if he gets going, he gets better as the game goes on. He's one of those kind of runners. Can you stop him from running the football?
It's Bleck and Abdalla here, the pregame tailgate brought to you by Bradley University. Coming up next, we will run through the Bears injury report from Friday. A lot of names on the list, and one name expected to play today who was questionable going into the weekend. We'll talk about it next.
Chicago Bears pregame. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivory.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are, born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRIEND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRIEND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRIEND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington-Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Bleck and Abdalla, Sunday morning, brought to you by Bradley University. We got news yesterday that Lamar Jackson will not play today for the Baltimore Ravens. Tyler Huntley will start. And the NFL is investigating the way the Ravens handled the injury report throughout the week. So there will be more information on that. Essentially, it's the fact that the Ravens listed Lamar Jackson as a full participant on Friday during Friday's practice. And not only did he not take starter reps, sources tell ESPN that he was running the practice squad. So that's not really practicing and preparing for a game. No. If you're the one running the practice squad on the side. No. So the NFL will investigate the way the Ravens handled that, and it's a good break for the Bears. They don't have to face Lamar Jackson. I get that you're trying to deceive if that's what the Ravens were intending on doing, at least their opponent, like the Bears, for not releasing correct information. With that said, it's a relief for the Bears. It's not like that they had to completely change their scheme or their prep to go after Tyler Huntley compared to Lamar Jackson.
No.
Now, Huntley is nowhere near the quarterback. He can run a little, but he's not a dynamic player like Lamar Jackson is. So, if anything, it's a relief for the Bears now that they don't have to face someone like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go after him. Hit him. You know, I mean, like that's the key here.
I hope they can get to him.
Get to the quarterback.
I hope they can. And, you know, the Ravens offensive line has, shuffled around a little bit, and hopefully they can get the same kind of pressure that they did against Spencer Rattler last week when they faced the Saints.
All right, so the injury reports from Friday, the news, obviously, that broke yesterday. Lamar Jackson is out for the Ravens today. Tyler Huntley is starting. On the Bears side of things, the Bears also announced some news yesterday as well. They placed Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones on IR. So that means both players will be out at least 4 games. The Kyler Gordon thing is interesting. This is the way he was listed on the injury report throughout the entire week. He has a groin and a calf injury. On Wednesday, he practiced. Thursday, he was limited. Friday, he did not practice at all, and he is out and now placed on IR. So Kyler Gordon this season has had a very tough time staying on the field, and he essentially, each and every season he's been in a Bears uniform, he has dealt with injuries. And without going through and looking each injury up, they seem to be all soft tissue injuries.
Yeah.
That to me is a problem. And this is now becoming a habit, right? Like of these type of injuries popping up for Kyler Gordon. The rest of the injury report from Friday reads as so. Roschon Johnson has a back injury, did not practice the entire week. He is out today. Braxton Jones with the knee injury listed as out Thursday and Friday, put on IR on Saturday. Cole Kmet has a back injury, did not practice the entire week. He is out today. Tyreek Stevenson has the shoulder injury. He hurt in the game last Sunday. He did not practice at all this week. He is out today. DeAndre Swift has a groin injury, did not practice on Wednesday, was limited Thursday and Friday. List says questionable going into the weekend, and the NFL Network is reporting that DeAndre Swift will play today.
Yeah, that was the same as last week. He was questionable going into the game, and Ian Rappaport reported the same thing last Sunday that he was going to play.
Name and a situation to watch as we continue along here on a Sunday morning, and we go into the network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne, and the inactives are released, is the kicker situation. Cairo Santos has a right thigh injury. He was limited on Wednesday. He was a full participant Thursday and Friday, listed as questionable going into the weekend. So Cairo Santos, Jake Moody, how do you handle that? You can't carry two kickers on the squad for the roster in the game. So they got to make a decision there. And Jake Moody is on the practice squad. So there hasn't been a move. So you would assume that Cairo Santos is kicking today, right?
Unless we see something before the game that they've elevated him. We haven't seen anything yet. So I would assume that Cairo Santos is healthy enough. The problem is if he injures it at some point during the game,
then you're without a kicker.
Then
yes.
Then I would rather just have, if there's any question, and there is one because he's questionable.
Thank you.
It's in the name.
There is a question because he's listed as questionable.
I mean, he was
correct.
a full participant the last 2 days of practice on Thursday and Friday. So that's good to see. But unless he's 100% healthy, I would rather just have Jake Moody out there, because if he re-injures it somehow, then I don't want to have to worry about it. I don't want this coming down to a last-second field goal and this dude can't kick, so you're running out somebody else there to try to kick the field goal. Or you're having to go for two because you don't have someone that can kick.
Okay, here's the issue, though. The Jake Moody situation, if I have this correct, the Bears can only elevate him off the practice squad one more time. So if they do choose to do that, they're burning the ability to put him back on the practice squad.
Yeah.
And thus, they would either have to carry two kickers on the roster, which is completely unlikely, or you need to sign Moody long-term for the rest of the season, and he's your kicker for the rest of the season, and you need to release Cairo Santos. Kicker talk, man. I'll say this. This is better than talking about doinks and trying to find kicker. I think the Bears have two nice kickers right now.
Augusta silence.
But I think there's an argument that could be made that kickers get on heaters. And Jake Moody has the talent. And if he is the guy that you think could give you a longer distance for your kicks, and he has been pretty good as a guy off kickoffs since he's stepped into the role, the Bears' kickoffs have been perfect, right? Santos has had issues with the kickoffs. He can't kick beyond 55 yards. To me, the way I would handle it is I would just ride the hot foot, and I would just let go of Santos and take Moody and just roll that way. I don't know. Is that reckless?
No.
It might be.
Because here's my philosophy is this. We're done with Cairo Santos after this year.
I'm done with him already. I can't win games in the NFL where if you are lining up for a 57-yard field goal, you know you have no chance. You can't do that in today's NFL.
But you know that this is that. But that's my point, is that after this year, Ben Johnson is not going to tolerate not being able to do that.
Exactly.
And also, flubbing kickoffs, if this is going to be the way we're moving forward with kickoffs, and you've seen teams adjust, and the Rams specifically, there's been stories about how they've perfected the kickoff and how where you need to place the ball when you kick off. So the receiver, whoever is accepting the kick, has to field it a certain way, thus leading to the team being able to tackle him at a certain spot, which all that good stuff. And Cairo's not good at it. So I would believe that this is the last year of Cairo Santos on the Bears. So if that's going to be your philosophy, then just sign Jake Moody.
I mean, that philosophy would lead you to a situation where you're essentially eating $9 million because he's under contract until 2028.
No, whoa. Come on.
Yeah, Santos is he'll get a base salary next season at $3.1 million and a base salary of $3.1 million in 27. He's owed with a cap hit and what he's owed this year, it's 4.2. So if you add all of that together, it comes out to just over 9.5 mil guaranteed.
All right. 312-332-3776.
No, we're not doing kicker calls today.
Pulls out. That's the worst contract he's ever signed. That's absolute. You signed a kicker you guaranteed a kicker contract.
Yeah, 3 year, $9 million
through 2028. I don't care how much it is. It could have been for $10. You gave a kicker contract through 2028. That's ridiculous.
He has a dead cap this season of $5.3 million. Next season, it's $1.1, and then in 27, it's a dead cap of $500,000. So
just give him the money.
You can get rid. It's not ideal, but you could get out of it after next season. But yeah, I mean, it would be a very drastic move.
He doesn't have a strong leg. He's got a low trajectory for his kicks, so they get blocked all the time. Like, what are we doing here?
I agree.
He's not good on the new kickoff.
That to me is the strangest aspect of this. Is not only can he not kick from distance, he also struggles with placing the ball in these new kickoffs. Look, what are you doing?
No.
So back to the Bears injury report hanging. So a decision's going to have to be made.
Yeah.
Now, they could just roll with Santos today and keep Moody on the practice squad and hope that he stays healthy. That is possible. That, I think, is the most likely thing that's going to take place today because I think it would be surprising if they were to not play Santos and then elevate Jake Moody for today's game, but you never know. Kickers are delicate. You never know how this is going to go.
If they play Santos and for some reason his little baby thigh hurts again,
Tory Taylor's got to get out there.
Can Taylor not kick extra points at least?
Oh, I don't know.
I
don't know.
It's an extra point. It's not like we're not asking him to bomb 50-yarders.
What about a big guy? Could we get Billings out there? Could Billings get out there and start kicking extra points? Is that possible?
I mean, Yurko was the emergency kicker back in the day.
Jim in Downers Grove, you're right. Kicker? I don't think kicker. I think he was the
I thought he was
snapper the emergency long snapper.
I thought he. Oh, was he? I thought he was.
No, Mongo kicked in college.
Kicked, that's what it was.
Didn't he?
Yes.
Wasn't he the emergency kicker at Texas?
Yeah, brother.
Hookem?
Yeah.
I think Yurko's story is that he was the emergency long snapper.
You're right.
Jim in Downers Grove, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jim?
Morning, guys. Go Bears. Bear down.
Go Bears. What's up?
Hey, so you were talking a few minutes ago about how, part of the issue with Moody is you can only elevate him from the practice squad one more time, and then you'd be kind of out. But, couldn't they just then put Santos on the practice squad, and then they'd be able to elevate him 3 or 4 times or whatever it is? And
no, because without knowing the very specifics of the NFL salary cap, I believe that what you would have to do with Santos is outright release him.
Because he's got he's got a veteran.
Yeah, he's played in the league for 11 years.
Something.
So I think you would have to release him. Now, if the entire league passed on him, then you could probably re-sign him to your practice squad. So yeah, you're right. I think there's a reason to why that can't happen.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I was just thinking that was the way
because that
around
would be an easy solution, right? That would be the obvious solution. I don't think they can do that.
No, they can't.
All right, thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. We'll be back.
The new home of the Bears. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dynaglow vent-free infrared wall heaters are perfect for supplying indoor supplemental heating. They work with either liquid propane or natural gas and require no electricity to operate, making them perfect for garages, basements, and power outages. View our entire selection of Dynaglow heaters on Menards.com. Plus, you can check our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Hey Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit aureliospizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. And the countdown to kickoff is on. This is Pregame Tailgate with Chris Bleck and Adam Abdalla, brought to you by Bradley University.
We're on the air until 10 o'clock, and then the network pregame show will take over. Silvy, Waddle, and Dionne, they'll get you set for Bears football today here on ESPN Chicago. The Bears travel to Baltimore to face off against the Ravens. Lamar Jackson is out today. The Ravens announced it yesterday. The NFL will investigate the way the Ravens handled the injury report throughout the week because on Friday they led everyone to believe publicly that Lamar Jackson would be playing today. So that's the news. Tyler Huntley will be starting for the Ravens. The Bears yesterday placed Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones on IR. Heading into today's game, though, the Bears are down their top three corners. Tyreek Stevenson will also be out today. Gordon, as I mentioned, and Jalen Johnson has been out for a few weeks. It's a big blow to the Bears defense that Stevenson is out. I think, before I get into the Stevenson thought, to finish out the rest of the injury report we were talking about 10 minutes ago, Tremaine Edmonds, Grady Jarrett, DJ Moore, Joe Thuney, Nahshon Wright, all ready to go.
Yeah.
They're all playing.
Good.
Okay, now that we've established that, since Jalen Johnson has been out, I think Tyreek Stevenson has played the best football on the defensive side for the Chicago Bears this season, and I think you could make a case he's been their best player this season.
He's really stepped up. A guy that needed to, I think, for a lot of people, and I think he's played very, very well. And he had a lot to prove that he could turn not necessarily his playing career around, but just like I think he was a guy that when Ben Johnson came in and Dennis Allen came in, people were like, oh, this is a guy that he's going to have to prove that he can stay on the roster, right? And that he's going to have to prove that he can kind of, tamper down his emotions during games. And we've seen it so far. And he's done a great job. And yeah, he's had to fill in for big shoes, and he's done a very good job of it so far. He's done a great job.
Yeah, as the number one guy in many of these games, because Johnson's been out, he's stepped up.
Yeah.
And not only has he played well in his spots, he's made plays. He's made game-changing plays. And so the Bears secondary is, you got backups today. It's all of that pressure heading into today's game goes directly to Montez Sweat and to Dio Adengbo in the front four. Get pressure on Huntley, make his life difficult, allow your DBs to cover for the 2 to 3 seconds early in the play, and create havoc and get turnovers and play fast and get a lead early so then they can pin their ears back and go after Huntley even more as the game goes on. I think the Bears are going to be able to run the football today, and I think Caleb is going to have a good game today against the Ravens defense. So if that's the case, and that's the way this game script kind of plays, where the Bears can get up early or the offense is rolling, just front four, give the DBs a chance. Because if it's what we thought it was going to be going into the weekend with a quarterback who's elusive and he can extend plays and take his time, then I really worry about the corners today, because I don't think they're going to be able to cover for 5, 6, 7 seconds of a play.
Yeah, I'm hoping that today's not a day where they have to rely on turnovers again. This is a game where, you're right, they should be able to get to Huntley, and they should be able to pressure him and get some sacks like they did last week against Rattler. Nahshon Wright stepped up and had a few interceptions, and, Edmonds had one last week as well. That was more of a tipped ball situation. So, yeah, they can force some interceptions and get coverage sacks and that kind of thing, because their secondary has been playing well with guys stepping up with certain players injured, but this is going to be tough. You've got a lot of guys injured. You've got Tyreek Stevenson out, Kyler Gordon out. We know Jalen Johnson's out. This is a lot of guys that are missing. You have a banged-up secondary, and on the other side, you're going up against one of the best secondaries in the NFL, and their defense continues to get healthy, and this is an offense that has struggled. Caleb's coming off one of his worst games so far, and he's going to have to play well. And I know they've been relying on running the football, but at a certain point, he's going to have to, and I know he's done it in the fourth quarter and come back and led game-winning drives and put them in field goal position, but at a certain point, besides, the Cowboys game, he's going to have to play a decent game. And they've got guys that can get to the quarterback as well. And this offensive line has to stop with the pre-snap penalties and not put these guys in a situation where you have to throw the football all the time. You can't be at 1st and 15 and 1st and 20 and 2nd and 15 if you want to run the ball effectively. And they were lucky to get a lot of chunk plays back last week because of the run game, because Swift was playing well, and because Monungai got some big runs. This week, I don't know if that's going to be there, because this is a very good defense that's getting healthier and healthier by the week, and they've got a bunch of guys coming back this week, coming back from injury, and they're rested. They're coming off a bye. This team are, the Bears are not. So you've got to be able to establish the run, but do not shoot yourselves in the foot. Theo Benedict had a great game in the put. I said foot. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean, and I was just making sure that yes. Okay.
Don't shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, okay, all right, Cap. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Shay.
I didn't know what that was.
Theo Benedict had a great first game when he was starting, and then his second game was not great. Like, he didn't, there weren't a lot of sacks and stuff like that, but he had how many false starts? 2 or 3 false starts? Like, come on, man.
Sure.
You can't do that.
No, I agree. Cole Kmet's out. So, Colson Loveland, step up today.
Colson Loveland.
Don't shoot yourself in the foot.
This might be
I thought it was chewing the back. That was a big old hot dog.
This might be what life is like next year. Who knows?
That's a big hot dog.
It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. Lewis in Hyde Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Lewis?
Yo, what's up, gentlemen? How you doing today? Happy Bears Day.
Happy Bears Sunday. What's up, man?
Yeah, I just want to say I love your show, but today I got to disagree with you guys on Cairo Santos, because he's a guy who he's tied for the Bears franchise record with the most 50-plus yard field goals made. You guys make it like he can't hit 50-yarders. His long is 55 yards, and he hit a 58-yarder during preseason. Plus, his accuracy is over 85%, and he's 11 for 11 this year on extra points. So I'm not going to put Moody over him when Moody got kicked out of San Francisco for missing kicks. I just think Moody has a hot streak, and that's cool and all, but no way on earth we get rid of the consistency of Santos.
All right, Lewis. Abdalla, go ahead. I know that you disagree with Lewis.
Well, he's getting consistently I'm looking at his field goal percentage, and he hit 91% in 2022. He hit 92% in 2023, and last year it went down to 84%. And this year he's at 85%. So, yes, he may be tied with the best, but just like pitchers, eventually that leg gets tired.
So this season, beyond 50 yards, Cairo Santos is 2 of 3. He's only attempted 3 field goals beyond 50 yards.
Mm-hmm.
If we go to, and it's a small sample size, he's only played in 4 games this season, right? So let's go to last season. Last season, Cairo Santos was 8 of 9 from 50 plus.
Mm-hmm.
He
was 5 of 8 from 40 to 49%.
To the last caller's point, he does have a good percentage. The problem is they don't try as many long kicks as other teams because he can't do it.
Okay, but from between...
Like the league leader in attempts beyond 50 yards was Brandon Aubrey, who attempted 17 kicks beyond 50 yards. Last season, Santos only attempted 9.
Yeah, but between 40 and 49 yards, he was 5 of 8 last year.
Yeah, but I know, but
that's not good. That's not good.
I don't know.
He was 8 out of 10 the year before that. Not good. Like, he's not good. He's getting progressively worse. Look at the field goal percentage. His field goal percentage went down 8% from 2023 to 2024.
Right now, this season, he's ranked...
If this was a pitcher losing velocity, we'd pull his ass.
Right now, he's ranked, I believe, he's ranked like 20th this year in percentage. 85.7 for all kicks.
This is a what have you done for me lately? This is a team that...
We've spent too much time talking
Robbie
kickers. I'm sorry. This is a football show.
Rocks.
This is a football show. We've spent way too much time talking kickers. On a Sunday morning, what are we doing? Hey, what are we doing here? Chase on the south side. You're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you guys doing?
Chase. What's up?
What's going on? Hey, so I don't want to talk. I'm not talking no kicker talk now.
Thank you.
I'm over the kicker talk. But I do want to discuss this Kyler Gordon injury issue that we've been dealing with for the last couple of years now. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because now this is all falls on, at the end of the day, is on Poles. This is another indictment on Poles drafting because, we last year, didn't we have Brisker, missed most of last season because of concussion issues?
Yes.
Now we got Gordon, who is another, it's like his 2 best draft picks are good players, but they can't stay on the field. You know what I mean? It's like, what we always say, the old saying, the best ability is availability. And so far, look, I like Kyler Gordon. I love Kyler Gordon. He's one of my favorite players on the team. But for some odd reason, he just can't stay healthy. And this is starting to become a huge, huge problem. I don't know if it's his poor conditioning. I don't understand it. I just don't get I just don't understand it. I mean, it's annoying that, it's like year after year, I keep seeing his name on injury report. He's gone for half the season. Another thing about the Lamar Jackson thing, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm probably one of the few people kind of wanted to see Lamar play. Only reason why is because it gives you indication on this roster of how they stack up. You know what I mean? Kind of like, because if they win, I know a win is a win and you want to feel good, but still I would have loved to see Lamar play. Just gives us more of a juice, because if they do beat them, it's going to feel like, well, you beat them without Lamar. And then if they lose, it's going to suck. So it's kind of like you can't win for losing. That's why I really kind of was hoping Lamar played, just to kind of, give us a more authentic feeling.
Sure,
that's all.
sure.
You know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah, all right, Chase. I got you. Yeah, let's talk about it. Thanks for the call, Chase. I disagree with that.
1,000%.
I do not care that, it doesn't.
This isn't college where
I don't need to feel good about the win because you beat Lamar. Would you, if that took place? Yeah, I think if they beat the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, we could start having the conversation about this team might be really good. I just need wins right now. So as long as they go out there and win today, I am not going to put a pin in it and be like, yeah, but it didn't really count, and I didn't really feel tingly about it because Lamar wasn't there. You know, you take a win.
No,
this team needs to win games. They need to get in the mindset. Business trip on the road. Let's go get a win. Let's get ready for next week. Let's do it again next week and prepare for later in the season. That's what this is all about. You don't complain during an NFL season about wins against teams that are missing their starting quarterback. You just don't do it.
No, this isn't college football where a committee gets together and they go, well, we need to pick teams for the playoff, and the Bears beat this team. The Bears beat the Ravens and the Bengals. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes. The Bears beat the Ravens and the Bengals without their starting quarterback. So
we're keeping them out of the playoff.
Those wins don't count, and they beat this team on a last-second field goal, and they beat this team because they blocked a field goal. No, all the wins count, and all the losses count the same. And at the end of the season, if you make the playoffs, you make the playoffs.
Yeah,
it's the NFL.
Look at it this way, right? If you want to get to the playoffs, now Green Bay's situation with their win percentage is different because they have a tie on the record. So everyone else in the NFC, who if the playoffs started today, are quote in the playoffs, have 5 wins. The Bears are the first team on the outside looking in. They're at 4-2. You got to get the 5 this weekend. You see what I'm saying? To keep pace with everyone else in the conference, all of those teams ahead of you, they're all already at 5 wins.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get wins. That's all that matters today. I'm not going to sit around. You know what, Abdalla? That's what the power rankings are for.
Yeah.
When you give us the power rankings this week on the shows.
When I give you my power rankings?
Yes. But that's what the debate is for, is lining up the power rankings.
And
when we have 5 up, 5 down, I'm blocking Abdalla on Wednesday.
And listen,
I'm not going to sit there and say that, okay. It factors in for stuff like that. It does not factor in. To get into the playoffs, you need more wins.
Yeah, and sure. And DVOA can tell you it's a metric. It's like football WAR for baseball. You can say, okay, the Colts and they're not. The Colts are like 3rd in DVOA right now. But when they were 4-1, right? They were like 13th or 12th in DVOA. And you can be like, all right, they're 4-1, but
the stats don't quite
agree. And that's fine. And you could say the same for last year with the Vikings. Okay? Last year with the Vikings, they were great. But it was I don't know. And then guess what happened? They got to the playoffs and they lost. Okay? But they were a great team that got to the playoffs. I don't care what people said about them during the regular season. They were great. They got to the playoffs. Look at the Chiefs all year last year. Everybody wanted to discount the Chiefs. Oh, the metrics. Oh, the metrics. Oh, the metrics. Where'd the Chiefs end up? Where did the Chiefs end up last year?
Got their ass kicked in the Super Bowl.
But where'd they end up? Did they go to the Super Bowl?
Got their ass kicked.
Okay, would you be upset if the Bears got their ass kicked in the Super Bowl? Would you be upset?
Yeah, I would.
But you'd
yes.
be okay. If the Bears go to the Super Bowl this year, I don't think you'd be upset.
No, I would enjoy that. But if they were blown out by an AFC team in the Super Bowl, I would be annoyed.
I would love to have the conversation of whether or not the season was a failure because they lost in the Super Bowl. I would love to have that conversation. Give me that conversation every day of the week rather than whether or not we should be cutting Cairo Santos.
Bear down, baby.
We'll be back.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
All your favorite NBA players are back, and DraftKings at Casino Queen Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Any coach will tell you games are won in the preparation phase. If you're not ready before kickoff, it's too late. The same's true in cybersecurity. That's why companies choose my friends at Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they don't just respond to attacks, they stop them before they begin. For over 35 years, enterprises worldwide have trusted Trend Micro to prepare, protect, and perform. Don't wait for the whistle. Get secure now at trendmicro.com. That's trendmicro.com.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
The Post-Career Day Press Conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during Career Day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here. Look, being a man doesn't mean skipping self-care. Manscaped makes it easy to feel confident, clean, and ready for anything. Whether you're at work, hitting the gym, traveling for business, or heading for a night out. The Lawnmower Trimmer gives you precision, the Beard Hedger keeps your look tight, and their grooming essentials smell incredible. Manscaped's tools are built to perform, helping you stay sharp, smooth, and feeling your best every single day. Because real confidence starts with a clean cut and the right gear. Get all the Manscaped products you need right now at your local Target.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Bradley University is a proud partner of Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla. Now here are your hosts Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck on ESPN Chicago.
Bleck and Abdalla, we have full coverage of the Bears and the Ravens today here on ESPN 1000. Post-game 4 hours, Yurko, Peggy, Pat the Designer, Jeff Meller, Jason McKee will break it down after the game. Joniak Thayer on the call of today's game, Jason McKee on the sidelines. And also, we have the network pregame show coming up in an hour and 2 minutes with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne right here on ESPN Chicago. It's Bleck and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate brought to you by Bradley University.
ESPN Chicago.
You know what's wild? Yuengling's been brewing beer since 1829. That's 196 years.
They've been around longer than almost everything. You don't last that long without knowing what you're doing.
Exactly. It all comes down to one thing. They brew great beer, plain and simple.
Traditional lager, flight, light lager, you name it, they all bring serious flavor and that legendary Yuengling quality.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
E.G. Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. WMVP. WTBC HD2. Chicago.
The Raven.
Once upon a Sunday dreary, beneath Baltimore's sky so eerie, two teams rise from shadows deep, where legends clash and echoes creep. The ghosts of October past. The 2024 Bears, 4-2 at this point of the season, and the wind shifted. They were doomed. But wait, this ain't 2024. Yes, they have started the year 4-2. Yes, their opponent's name is a symbol of death and destruction.
I see dead people.
This is the end. But this Bears team is different. We all feel it. Ben Johnson has been stirring the kettle and adding the right ingredients to ignite the offense. Oh! And it is starting to boil.
It's getting hot in here. So hot.
Good morning, Baltimore.
Baltimore may be 1-5, the worst start in Ravens history, but they are a patched pothole away from being a truly scary foe. Lamar Jackson's return means these birds are back.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
A raven may be an omen of death, but it's also a symbol of wisdom, transformation, and guidance.
Take these broken wings and learn to fly.
We will watch our Bears as they soar and speak no more, just a four. And Ben Johnson will implore, with win number 5 now in lore. Today, we leave Baltimore.
Quoth the Ravens, nevermore.
Here comes the goal.
That's right. The network pregame show is coming up in 1 hour. Waddle, Silvy, Dionne, they will get you ready for the Bears and the Ravens. And you just heard Jeff Joniak set the scene for today's game in Baltimore. Bears traveling to Baltimore looking for their 5th win on the season. And we had breaking news yesterday as the Ravens have now listed Lamar Jackson as out for today's game. And there's also more to this story as the NFL will investigate the handling of the injury report throughout the week from the Ravens and what they released to the NFL and publicly on the availability of Lamar Jackson. Adam Schefter reporting on ESPN.com that there's a deception from Friday's practice is this. The Ravens listed Lamar Jackson as a full participant in practice. In reality, he was taking the practice team squad reps. So he wasn't actually planning and being a part of the game plan for the Bears game. He was taking the practice squad reps per Adam Schefter on ESPN.com and what sources are telling him. So in that idea, you as an NFL team, by rule, have to label that player as limited heading into the weekend. And the designation for game time as questionable. They didn't do that. They listed it as a full participant and that he would be playing today. And so the NFL will investigate the handling of the injury report. Good news for Bears fans as you wake up today on a Sunday morning is that the Bears will be facing a team without their starting quarterback in a game that they definitely have a chance to win. And so the Bears have an opportunity today to land their 5th win on the season, and we're looking for a lot of things. The defense to hold, got to get pressure with the front four. You have a lot of names out on the Bears side as well. The Bears also made news yesterday with Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones being placed on IR. And heading into the weekend, the Bears announced that Cole Kmet will not play today. I already mentioned Braxton Jones and Kyler Gordon, but also Tyreek Stevenson will not play today for the Chicago Bears. And on top of all of that, this should be a situation where Caleb Williams should have a good game today. And we're hoping for that.
Yeah, I mean, he could. This is a Ravens team that their defense is getting healthier. They have a very good secondary. They're getting Roquan Smith back today. Their defensive line is very good. Like I mentioned, their secondary is one of the best in the league. So he could have a very good game. This is an offensive line, though, in the Bears that continues after a great game 2 weeks ago. We saw them shoot themselves in the foot again countless times last week with false start penalties, with, we saw Caleb take a couple sacks last week, too. And it'd be nice for them to come out and have a clean game once again. You have to stop taking these false starts. Now, maybe if they have to go to a silent count, maybe that helps them in a situation like this where they're on the road. But also you've got a team on the other side that's in desperation mode. Like they thought that they were going to have potentially Lamar Jackson back to try to save their season and avoid another loss. Now he's supposed to play. Their next game is on a short week coming up this week on Thursday Night Football. So hopefully they get him back. For the Bears' sake, they don't get him back this week, so it's good for them. But yeah, this is another opportunity where you get gifted a chance at another win. It's still going to be tough. They were a 6.5-point underdog, and now they're a 2.5-point underdog. So you're still going into a hostile environment. It's still a road game in the NFL. You're facing a team that's coming off a bye. You're facing a team whose head coach is very good off of a bye week with an extra week to prepare. John Harbaugh is very good at the start of seasons with extra time to prepare. He's very good with extra time coming off of a Thursday night game when he's got 10 days to prepare. He's very good when he's got 2 weeks to prepare. And the Bears are not coming off that situation. They just played last Sunday. So they don't have the extra rest. So you've got a lot of factors working against you. You mentioned the injuries. Kyler Gordon out. Tyreek Stevenson out. Cole Kmet out. Braxton Jones going on IR. Kyler Gordon going on IR. So they don't have, they're missing a lot of guys. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a different situation here. You've got some guys stepping up in situations where they're going to have to start. Some guys stepping up for some injured guys for the Bears. But then again, you're facing Tyler Huntley and a backup quarterback for the backup quarterback because they benched Cooper Rush, and now you're going to have Tyler Huntley going there. Yeah. So you've got to stop the run. You've got to stop Derrick Henry. You've got to stop their run. You've got to stop their offensive line. You've got to stop Derrick Henry from running roughshod and having one of his big games. And he's been turning the ball over a couple times this year, so maybe you can rely on those turnovers that you've been able to get. And with Tyler Huntley out there, maybe you can force him into some interceptions too.
Yeah, and I think, we've discussed on this show, and as we sit here every Sunday preparing for Bears football, I love that the turnovers are taking place, right? I know the coaching staff and the players will tell you it's because of the prep that they're doing and because of the execution of the game plan to why the turnovers are taking place. You and I tend to think that turnovers are not something you can guarantee. And unless you're disrupting the pocket and getting after quarterbacks, which the Bears are not doing right now, their sack percentage this season, They're 18th. It's okay. It's not great. It's okay. The Ravens are 31st. That leads me to believe that Caleb should have a good day, because if he's disrupted at all, it feels like the wheels fall off.
Mm-hmm.
But if he can stand back there and do what he wants, Caleb's going to hurt teams when he has time.
Yeah.
So defensively, though, here's the thing. The turnovers, I don't think you can guarantee, but you can be prepped well and you can execute at a high level. You're down players, so today it starts with the up front. If you can get after Tyler Huntley, you can disrupt them. You stop the run. You stop Derrick Henry, and you don't allow the Ravens to live in second and short, third and short. You absolutely have a chance to dictate policy in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where you have to start from. Again, I don't guarantee turnovers. It's the most unpredictable aspect of NFL football. Teams who get them win football games. Teams that don't struggle. And they don't carry over from one game to the next or 1 year to the next. It is something that when you get them, that's great. But what's better is pressure on the quarterback, because eventually pressure on the quarterback will lead to more turnovers. And so to me, today is all about the front four with the Bears on defense. And we've seen the backers play well. We've seen Edmonds and Edwards play really well, really good football this season when they've been out there. So I'm expecting the front four, get after Huntley, make life tough, stop the run. That's the way the Bears are going to win this football game.
In his one game this season, Tyler Huntley, they lost to the Rams 17-13. It was October the 12th, so a couple weeks ago. He was sacked 4 times. He threw for 68 yards on 10 completions. He carried the ball 3 times for 39 yards. He had no touchdowns and no interceptions. So he is gettable.
Yeah.
So you can absolutely get after him. And we saw, hopefully, and what I like from this team, and I understand you're not playing the upper echelon of the NFL. You're still playing NFL teams. But what we've seen so far from Ben Johnson is that when things are keyed in on and focused on from the team to be corrected, they are usually corrected and at least get better and better week to week. The run game was a focus during the bye week. And coming out of the bye week, facing the Commanders and the Saints, they've been able to run the crap out of the football. They put up almost 225 yards last week running the football. They were getting massive chunk plays running the football from DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai. And they ran it very well. Last week, they also were able to get to the quarterback, something Dennis Allen and his defense have been trying to do for 6 weeks, and they finally did it. They got 4 sacks on Spencer Rattler. They were flushing him out of the pocket. They were hurting him a bunch. It was great. Hopefully, they've turned a corner doing that as well, and they can do that to Tyler Huntley again this week, who took 4 sacks a couple weeks ago in his last start.
Yeah, and I think that is the defensive side of things. We look at the Bears' offense, and the Bears' offense is for I guess how we Bears fans live our lives. It's rolling, right? Like the fact that you're scoring over 20 points per game in every game, and you're 14th in offensive yards per play, and in most metrics, points per game, you're 10th in the league. I mean that's rolling for what we're used to around these parts. Usually the Bears offense struggles, but so heading into this game, if Caleb has time, he will play well. I think what we've seen so far this season is when he does not have time, it's not that he's not taking care of the football. He just bails quickly, his accuracy falls off, and it just never comes together. And so that's where I think the run game will help today. This year, the Ravens against the run, they're giving up the run at a clip where they're 26th in the league against the run. Get a lot of players back today, but Baltimore's defense sucks. I mean, 27th in defensive yards per play, sack percentage of 31st, and rushing yards per game, they're 26th.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bears run the football well, at least they have the last couple weeks. And if you can't get to Caleb, he's going to have time. You know that Ben Johnson's going to scheme up some good plays.
Yeah.
Receivers are going to be open. I see this offense having a very successful day today.
Yeah, I think they can. And I think it's going to obviously rely on the run game, and they've been very successful doing so. DeAndre Swift was questionable in practice. He was a full He was a limited participant most of the week, Thursday and Friday. It was questionable. NFL Network reporting that he is going to play this week, much like he did last week. It was questionable all week, and then he ended up playing, so he should be good to go. Monungai finally got going last week, so maybe they continue to add to his workload. And the offensive line, for the most part, has been protecting Caleb well. What they got to figure out is what's going on with Drew Dalman in these snaps. You can't have this situation again. Last week.
The fake hezzies?
I don't know. I've never seen once, let alone twice.
The pump fakes?
I've never seen that in my life, watching college and professional football for most of my life. I've never seen that before.
Sir, the play starts with you. So when you start the play, you have to give the football up.
Yeah.
You can't keep it.
This isn't like a fake out.
You don't get to keep that, my friend. You don't get to do that.
You're the one person that has to let go of the football. Like, this isn't like an option play where you get to decide, nope, I'm keeping it and I'm going to run it in.
Now, some who don't like Caleb would point you in the direction of he doesn't understand the playbook and he doesn't understand the cadence and he's not getting these guys ready at the line of scrimmage. Which side do you believe?
I believe that they are all not on the same page. Because everybody needs to be, because when you're having false starts from the left side, when you're having false starts from your tight ends and your wide receivers, when you're having whatever that was, weird snaps from your center.
The pump fake,
whatever you want to call it. It's everyone. It's everyone. When you've got snaps that are going
but people would let you believe that the quarterback is in charge of everyone.
Of course he is.
It's on him.
Of course he is. But ask the head coach what he says, and he'll say that it's everyone. It's everyone. Because so it's on the quarterback that Theo Benedict's false starting?
To me, it could the offensive line problems, perhaps it is. I think what's stranger is the Colson Loveland lined up as a receiver false starts. And the DJ Moore, not really giving the max effort on a play false starts where he's just kind of running in motion and then leaning towards the line of scrimmage. That stuff is completely fixable. Now, the offensive line stuff, maybe Caleb is not giving the correct cadence. It is possible that he's doing that. I think it's less possible for those wide receivers who are false starting. I think that's just sloppy. And it's got to drive Ben Johnson nuts.
Of course it does, because it messes up the entire operation.
Because what ends up happening is when you put yourself in 2nd and 15 or 3rd and plus 10 yardage, this team essentially, the drive is over. If you remove those, they move the football each and every time they touch it, and they put points on the board. So if you remove your self-inflicted penalties, this offense is going to be very good. It's got to drive Ben Johnson nuts.
The problem is they haven't been able to do that. They've done it in a few games. That first game where Theo Benedict was the main starter after the bye, where they're like, okay, have they turned a corner here? You come out, you've got, I don't think they had any false starts that game, and they played very well. And Benedict was what did Ben Johnson say afterwards? I didn't notice him out there, which is the best thing you can say about an offensive lineman. You know who you don't notice out there? Joe Thuney. I understand he's that's the complete opposite. Someone who's been in the league for 20 years and someone who this is his 3rd start, but that's what you want to see. You want to see you want to not ever hear about someone on the offensive line. You don't hear about Drew Dalman unless he's messing up the snap or someone's false starting. Darnell Wright, we haven't heard about him in a few weeks because he's been playing great football on the right side.
Yeah, when you have, it's because he's, pancaking people in the run game. And he's playing well. Bill in Antioch, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Bill?
Yeah, hey, where's Jimmy the Greek when we need him? All this betting stuff,
he's dead.
Lamar Jackson, this
guy's dead.
Yeah, but where is he when we need him? It's like back in the day when you had the line. No, that's not important. All this betting stuff is it's getting crazy. Also, I just want to say in closing, Bears are on their way to the Super Bowl to get their asses kicked by the Colts again.
Oh no! Come on, that's not going to happen, Bill, because the Colts aren't getting to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
All right, thank
Have
you,
a
Bill.
Good Sunday.
You too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still leery of the Colts.
Okay, you keep
our
down
5 up, 5 down that we had earlier in the week, brought to you by Bradley University. I had the Colts as the fifth best team in the league. I know what their record is. I see it. All right, continue on with it.
They're a 14.5-point favorite today.
Good.
Okay.
I mean, they're playing the Titans.
Yeah, I took the points.
Again, we were talking like an hour ago about teams that may have given up on this season. Tennessee might be one of those teams.
Yeah, I think so.
It is very possible that they're one of those
talking about
teams.
having a fire sale today besides 2 players. They're like, everyone's open for business except for Simmons and Cam Ward. Take everyone.
Kevin in St. Pete, Florida, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, how you guys doing? So I thought I would just chirp in and say it's kind of nice for once to not have the Bears being the drama with the FBI after the defensive coordinator got in charge, whatever that was, a few years ago, and then the Eberflus debacle last year to go into a week and not having that.
Yeah.
And then the second part is, I don't want to cut you off, the second part is, it's great also playing the Ravens this week with all the cornerback injuries, considering they're probably going to come out with 22 personnel with Ricard, Likely, and Andrews, and us having Noah Sewell back, I think, if I didn't see anything wrong, and possibly even playing a 4-4 or a 5-3 or it might be bully ball on the defensive side of the ball, and that's a good game for Montez Sweat to come out and show his good prowess against the run.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kevin. I mean, it's. I think you're hoping that you have health on the front line, and then the linebackers are all healthy heading into this game, and you have 2 good linebackers who cover well. So even though your DBs are down today, you got your 3 top corners out with Stevenson being ruled out for today, Kyler Gordon being placed on IR, and Jalen Johnson already being placed on IR. You have a situation where you got backups who are going to need to step up, and Montez Sweat needs to have a really good football game for this Bears defense today.
Yeah, I thought he played well last week against the Saints. You know, he played. I thought he had a decent game against the Commanders as well. He looks like he's starting to turn the corner too. It looks like that. Obviously, this team they've won 4 games in a row. They're continuously getting better and better. But it looks like the issues that they're having, and yet again, they're not playing the upper echelon of the NFL, but they're running the football better. The offensive line is playing better besides the penalties. But as far as like running the football and protecting Caleb, they're playing better. The defensive line getting pressure and sacking the quarterback is getting better. Can they continue to build on that in these next few games as you've gotten lucky? Just admit it. You've gotten lucky. Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow being out for these 2 games at the beginning of the season, we were like, those are 2 losses. And now you turn those around, and those are 2 very winnable games where you can turn your season into 6 wins in a row here and walk out of these next 2 weeks being 6-2 as opposed to what we were thinking at the beginning of the season.
We're pre-gaming the Bears and the Ravens today in Baltimore. It's all brought to you by Bradley University. It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sportsbook, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff Call. I know football.
And I know houses, because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour apple 5-hour energy shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With 0 sugar and as much caffeine as your favorite 12-ounce coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keep your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at sour apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. Here comes the Bleck and Abdalla. Pregame Tailgate, ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Bradley University.
Bleck and Abdalla hanging out with you until 10 o'clock when Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne take over for the network pregame show. Bears-Ravens. The news from yesterday, Lamar Jackson will be out today. The Bears travel to face off against Baltimore. Baltimore is 1-5 on the season. The Bears are 4-2. And it's time to get the 5th win of the season for the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams, after the game on Sunday, talked to the media about his ups and downs to this point this season and his development. Let's take a listen back to Sunday when Caleb met the media talking about how he handles his ups and downs.
Yeah. You're saying for myself or offense? What are you saying?
Either one. Which one do you want to answer?
I'll go for myself. Days like today, I would say, are needed, just in the sense of it gives you a little bit more to be able to look back on something and figure out what. And so that's important. And so you have these moments, and then you get later in the season, and you may start to have one of these moments, and you get to go back to the feeling, go back to what was wrong, and what you need to figure out early in the season. And so now, when we're late in the season, it's like, okay, I remember what it was. I remember, how can I fix it? It's more of a solution-based, thing instead of it being like, what's the issue? And so right now we're going to go back. I'm going to go look at the film. I'm going to figure out, and I am going to figure this out, especially with, some of these explosive plays, some of these, mainly talking about the on-the-run stuff. And I haven't been efficient with those. I haven't been hitting them, and it's frustrating. And so I'm gonna, we're gonna figure this out. I'm gonna figure it out. When we start hitting on those cylinders, where we start having some of these explosive plays, especially when the play breaks, and it turns into our second play, it's going to be, real devastating to the other side. So we're going to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out. And then other than that, it just comes down to the basics. Feet, eyes, delivering a good ball to the guys. And then it comes down to, like I said before, communication and make sure everybody's on the same page and, we're rolling off the ball.
That was Caleb Williams after the game. On Wednesday, Ben Johnson met the media, and he was asked, can this offense be devastating if Caleb figures it out? In reference to Caleb, just there, saying on Sunday that when he figures it out, this is going to be devastating to opposing defenses. Here's Ben Johnson on Wednesday.
I don't think we've played a collective 60 minutes yet as a team. And I think it will be a beautiful thing when that happens in all three phases. Offensively, we've had times where the passing games look good. We've had times where the running games look good, but it just hasn't come together as an entire team or entire unit quite yet. And so, to his point, it'll be a fun thing to watch when that happens.
So as Ben Johnson on Wednesday, he doesn't put all the blame on Caleb to why the offense hasn't really clicked to this point. He did mention on Friday, when Ben Johnson met the media on Friday, that really for Caleb, the completion percentage part of this is the key to excelling and being a better quarterback. Here's Ben Johnson on Friday.
No, it's each week's its own story, and to me, it's always been completion driven for him, and if we get that completion percentage and we're distributing the football to our playmakers, and because we got a number of them, then I think the passer rating and the numbers, they'll all take care of itself. But we just want to be more efficient in, hey, if primary's open, let's give him a good ball. And if he's not open, we need to be a little bit quicker and cleaner to number 2 or number 3.
So that was Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams talking throughout the week about the development of the quarterback.
I think that they can be a good to great team. Like we talked about last hour. Is this team a good team? It's a question that I asked the beginning of the week after they'd won their 4th game in a row. Obviously, you asked the question after the first 2 games. It's like, no, this is a bad team, right? They get punked by the Lions, but they put up 50 points on you. This is a bad team. You start to turn the corner. You win your 4th game in a row in that kind of fashion where you blow out a team in the NFL. Double digits is a blowout in the NFL. Yeah. And this defense is +3, +4, +3, +3 in the turnover margins every single week now, and something that they rely on now, and it seems to happen almost every week now. And then you're getting to the quarterback the last couple games where, you made, Jaden Daniels uncomfortable. You moved him around in the pocket. You forced him out of the pocket. You didn't really get to him. You got to him once towards the end of the game. He got a first down right after that, but you still got to him. And then you got to Spencer Rattler, right? And then the last 2 weeks so far, you've been able to run the football very effectively. Over 200 yards of rushing the last game, close to 200 yards the week before that. Really, the only thing that is missing is quality quarterback play. And Caleb is coming off one of his worst games, not just of the season, but of the last 2 seasons. And it's frustrating because we see the plays that are there. And it's not just that he's it's different from last year where he's just not seeing something and then tucking and running, right? He's throwing balls that could be intercepted. Very interceptable footballs. He should have had 2 picks in the Washington game. He could have had...
Yeah, but he hasn't. I don't know. I feel like people build that stuff into something it's not.
But it's a stat. There are stats that are out there that are...
There's a lot of stats.
I understand that. But
you can find a stat to make any argument.
But it's a metric that people use to judge quarterbacks. Interceptable balls is a metric.
Okay.
It's a throw that puts your offense at a disadvantage. And any one of those could have been the first 2, the very first throw in the Washington game could have been in the game last week against the Saints. It could have been a pick 6.
Yeah, it could have.
It could have. My point is that you're putting your offense in a bad spot when you do that.
I'm more concerned about bad sacks.
Okay, cool.
He's cut that in half.
Okay.
In one season.
And he's missing receivers. And he's missing layups still. So my point is I'm agreeing with you that this is an offense, and this is a team that I think they're a good team. That's what I said on Monday after the win when I asked the question. I think they're a good team. Winning 4 games in the NFL in a row is tough. I don't care who you're facing. Winning the way you did on Sunday last week against the Saints is tough. Beating the Cowboys the way you did, coming back and finding ways to, get in position to score a game-winning field goal, getting in position to block a field goal on the road is tough. All of those are tough games to win. I don't care if you want to call them lucky or whatever. They are tough games to win in the NFL. I think they're a good team. What's keeping them from going from good to great and competing to win this division is the quarterback and the coach and the rest of the offense getting on the same page. And I think once they do that, once it clicks, which is fine because I think that you have time. It's only been 6 games with Caleb and Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I
I'm not in a rush for any of this. I'm not saying that this is ridiculous. They haven't gotten together yet. This is what's going on. It's been 6 games. Everything else is working. That's why they've won 4 games in a row, because the run game is working, because they're turning the ball over, because now they're getting to quarterbacks. That's why this is working. And once they get the quarterback working, you have time to figure this out. I'm not rushing anything. I'm not saying Caleb's got to get this or else. They've got time to figure this out.
In all of the bad sides of your quarterback play and all the stats and the perception and the opinions that he can't play, there is proof through 7 weeks that the play caller, that the head coach knows what he's doing, and he might be the best in football at that.
Oh, yeah.
And the stats back that up because coming into this week, through 7 weeks of the season, the Bears per game have more big plays than any other team in the league. And what is a big play? It's runs that are 10-plus yards or receptions that are 20-plus yards. The Bears on the season have 48 big plays. They've only played 6 games. The Rams lead the league. They've played 7 games. They have 50. Everyone else who has played 6, the Bears have at least 7 more big plays than the teams who have played the same amount of games. So per game, the Bears lead the league in big plays. And if you look at passing big plays, 7 teams, the Bears have 21 big, quote, passing plays this season. There are 7 teams who have more than 21 passing plays that are big plays. All 7 of those teams have played 7 games.
Yeah.
So Ben Johnson is scheming up a great offense, and Caleb needs to get it.
Yes.
But even with the way he's playing right now, the Bears have one of the best offenses in football, which is both scary and exciting because if Caleb does get it, he's right. This is going to be completely devastating because could you imagine if he does start to get it? It will be, you like to reference it all the time, it will be like Keanu Reeves at the end of The Matrix, Neo at the end figuring out he's the one, and he stops all the bullets and drops the one, and they all fall down.
Well, this will be like 70% of the bullets, which would be good. It's like right now, it's like, what, 62% of the bullets?
It's never going to be 100%.
It's like 62% right now, 61%. Let's get to 70%. Or 60, let's get to 65% right now.
Yeah, that's the hope. And if he does it, imagine how many big plays this offense will have if he does that.
Yeah, it'll be great.
It's Bleck and Abdalla.
Chicago Bears pregame. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey. 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Insulate your home and save on energy costs. Owens Corning Pink Foamular insulation panels are moisture resistant and can be used anywhere, including walls, attics, and basements. Foamular insulation panels are available in multiple sizes to fit your project. Visit Menards.com to shop all foam board insulation. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
It's the Game Day Tailgate Show with Bleck and Abdalla. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
We're brought to you by our great partners from Bradley University, Bleck and Abdalla. On a Bears game day 4 hours before, and then we have the network pregame show coming up in about 20 minutes right here on ESPN 1000. Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne, they'll get you set. Bears-Ravens. Listen to the game right here on ESPN Chicago today. Ben Johnson on Friday talked about the process between trying to develop a team and get results. The Bears have won a couple of games here in sloppy fashion. A couple lucky wins, perhaps, that some would point to. Blocked field goal, bad turnover. You get wins, but you don't look good. What's more important, the process of becoming a good team or just getting the results? Here's Ben Johnson.
It's always just process. It's always process. And now I know this is a results-based league, and we got to win games. I know that. But when we have our process right with how we come into the building throughout the week, how we're meeting, how we're walking through, how we're practicing, that's what gives us a chance on game day. And it doesn't mean we're going to win on game day, but it means we're going to give ourselves a shot. So I feel good about how we're improving in that department. Each week it continues to get better. I'm seeing the fundamentals show up more in practice. We had padded practice on Wednesday, and I thought it was one of our better Wednesday practice that we had all year long so far. And so these guys, they're getting it. They're hungry. The wins help in terms of wanting a little bit more because they haven't been pretty wins yet. And I think when we really start to turn the corner here and when we know that we're on the right track, some of these wins, that feeling in the locker room is going to be like, well shoot, doesn't necessarily feel like a win because we didn't play as well as we're capable of. And right now we're really excited because that feeling of winning is so important for us that it makes us want to come back for more. But there's going to be a point where it's going to be like, okay, well, we got to play even better than this, than what we've been doing. And I think they're starting to understand that. Like the standard continues to rise, the expectation level continues to rise, and I think good things are coming.
That's Ben Johnson on Friday. As a Bears fan my entire life and consuming media in this town and then being a part of the media now, hosting shows here on ESPN 1000, I think we do tend to get a little giggly about Bears teams that get off to hot starts. A little out over our skis action sometimes. And there have been many teams that you get some wins and then we all start to celebrate. This feels like there's something behind this. Like they're actually building something. This doesn't seem fake. Like last year felt flimsy, even though they had the same exact record last year. It felt flimsy last year. This doesn't feel like that. I think mainly it's based on the fact that Ben Johnson, he celebrates the moment after the game, but then the moment we get to Monday, he's dissecting what went wrong and how they can get better. I don't even think Flus had a clue which side was up. Like, he had no idea. And in the Matt Nagy years, it felt like Nagy was very feeling himself. Like, he was a little too much that they're a good team type of thing. Well, I don't know. This feels like there's substance to it.
Well, I don't think that they're obviously not satisfied, right? They know, and he said it on Monday, right? Like, you coach harder when you win a game and you look bad. And as an offensive head coach, like, okay, if they win that game and it's flipped, Dennis Allen is your head coach, Ben Johnson is your OC. I don't know that Dennis Allen comes in and says, we get to coach harder because we won that game. Because he's your defensive-minded head coach. The defense had a great game. Ben Johnson is your offensive coordinator, head coach.
Right, and the standard is not what he expects for the offense.
Exactly. The defense had a great game. Awesome. But that's not going to get it done in the NFL. Ben Johnson can look back on week 2 and say, look what happened. That was a month and a half ago when a team put 52 on us and we got laughed out of the gym, So, and yeah, they're getting a break today, right? But I don't think that Ben Johnson's waking up and addressing the team and being like, guys, we got a break today. No, absolutely
no, because
not.
You know why? He strikes me as someone where he wants to achieve more. I never really felt that with Eberflus. Ben Johnson, I think the way his personality is, he wants to be known as the best play caller in football. He wants people to know he has the best offense in football. He's a killer. Mm-hmm. He wants the Bears to go and crush teams.
Yeah. I
don't think we've had that in town in a while.
Yeah, I called him something else to you before the season, that it was on a YouTube, one of our YouTube shows.
Yeah, it's an M and a delayed.
It's an M and it's an F and it's I can't say it on
together
the radio, but if you want to check that out,
he's a dude, man.
The Bleck and Abdalla YouTube page.
He wants the Bears to go out there and crush teams.
Yeah, and
he's not satisfied with a 4-2 record, and I think that's where that's how I feel about this team. Could they be good? Maybe. But right now, you're 8th in the conference.
Exactly.
With only 4 wins.
You're 3rd in your division.
Every other team in the playoffs right now, excluding the Packers, but their win percentage is different because of the tie. Every other team that's in the playoffs has 5 wins.
Mm-hmm.
3rd in the division. Minnesota lost on Thursday. You're still chasing Green Bay and Detroit.
Yep.
And you're chasing Los Angeles. You're chasing all of these teams that are already ahead of you in the standings already in the conference. San Francisco on your schedule. Philadelphia on your schedule. Tampa Bay, Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
These teams all are at 5 wins already. So there's no room here to feel yourself or to waltz into Baltimore like you're awesome because the Ravens are not with their starting quarterback.
No.
You got to get to 5 wins today.
No, it's a tough road game. You're still an underdog in this game. Next week is still going to be a tough road game, and the schedule moves on from there where you still have to, it's the NFL. They've already had their bye week. There's no rest. until the end of the season when your season is over. And hopefully they're playing for something meaningful at the end of the season and not resting at the end of this. Hopefully that game in January means something and it's not just to end the season. You know what I mean? Hopefully they're in the hunt and we're doing, if this team wins and if the Bears win, they're controlling their own destiny type of stuff. But as of right now, it's a full sprint till the end of the season. Like it's a long sprint to the end of the season. I know that you want to say marathon, but it is every week. It's a complete grind through the end of the season. There's no rest whatsoever.
Oh, and talk about the grind. You're in the death march of 6 straight weeks of noon Sunday games.
Yeah.
Like you want to talk about routine.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears are in the thick of, this is week 2 of, here's the same thing over and over again. Here we go. And then you get the game on the week 13,
short week.
The day after Thanksgiving. It's a day game, but it's a short week on a Friday, a 2:00 game at Philly. It's going to be a really tough game. Probably, if the way we think things are going to work out, there'll be playoff implications around that game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know you're early with week 13, but the Eagles are going to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And if the Bears hope to be a playoff team, that's going to be a very important game. It's Bleck and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. We go to Matt in Boston, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. What's up, Matt?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love listening to you.
Appreciate it, man. What's up?
I just wanted to touch point on some of the offensive, I don't want to say struggles, but is Caleb picking it up? It seems as every time we get those big plays that you guys mentioned, as soon as we get inside the 40, it just starts to kind of slow down. A bad play, a bad snap, a bad throw, a bad run. I feel like that's that next step the offense needs to pick up. As soon as they get inside the 40, they got to get hungry for that touchdown.
I'm with you, Matt. You got to get 6 points and the extra point if Cairo Santos is kicking today. You got to get it on the board. Joel in Aurora, Colorado, listening on the app here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joel?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
We're good, man.
Well, we're going to bear down today. I'll tell you that much.
Hell yeah.
I don't remember if you remember the last time I called in. I said we were going to go on a winning streak, right? And someone said 4-1, 5-1. Well, we're 4-2 right now, and there ain't going to be no collapse under this new coach, Ben Johnson. Talk about a breakout game. Oh, it's going to happen today for Caleb. And since they're on the road, I got my road Urlacher jersey on for the last 2 days, actually. Yeah, hell yeah.
You've been ready since Friday?
Dude, I've been jacked up about it. I'll tell you that much.
I think you just have to do your laundry. I don't think that's 2 days out.
Have so many. I have enough jerseys for every game, but yeah, we're gonna win today by hook or crook. We're gonna get our 5th win in a row.
All right.
Said the 5th. I said the 5th. Oh yes, but yeah, bear down. Go Bears.
Thank you, Joel. Appreciate it. Bears and Ravens coming up at noon. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000.
Is that a Chappelle Show reference?
I don't know.
I think it was. I think it
might
was
have
a
been.
Chappelle Show reference.
Alex in Lincoln Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Alex?
What's up, guys? Happy Sunday to you guys.
Happy Sunday.
Hopefully we get a Bears win here. And just had a question for you guys. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but has Ben Johnson, does he give Caleb the option to check at the line of scrimmage? Because my thoughts were, if he does, maybe that's still, kind of, I don't know if Caleb's maybe doubting himself whenever he's got that opportunity to check at the line. And, sometimes that you guys are just mentioning whenever you guys get past, whenever the Bears get on their side of the 40, they kind of slow things down. So that's kind of my question. Do you guys think maybe that's messing with Caleb's head at all? It could not be. That was just one of my thoughts.
Yeah, Alex, and that's a good question. They feed in almost every single play call has 2 plays in it. Mm-hmm. So if you want to say the reason the processing is slowing down is because there's too much information, that's possible. But every single play, for the most part, where they go to the line of scrimmage, they have a kill option.
Yeah, he can check.
And you've seen the team together. It seems like they're all on the same page when that happens, because you can see all the receivers and the tight ends, they all put their hands to their head as well, and they kill the play.
Mm-hmm.
So every play has two options to it. That's just how play calling kind of works now.
Yeah, I think he can. I don't think there's any reason why he can't check. He's got full trust in Caleb.
We continue to preview Bears-Ravens coming up next.
The new home of the Bears.
Bear down, baby. Fight on and bear down.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest, Bleck and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
That's a big hot dog.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa Iavoni, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, Joe here from Fry the Coop. Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest. At Fry the Coop, we fry all our chicken and fries in beef fat. Why? I thought you'd never ask. First off, it's delicious. Secondly, it's 0% seed oils, unlike those other guys. And lastly, you heard me say it's delicious, right? At Fry the Coop, we only serve happiness, one sandwich at a time.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Counting down to kickoff on the home of the Bears. This is Pregame Tailgate with Bleck and Abdalla, presented by our friends at Bradley University. Now here are your hosts, Adam Abdalla and Chris Bleck.
The network pregame show with Waddle, Silvy, and Dionne kicks off in 3 minutes right here on ESPN Chicago. Joniak and Thayer will have the call of today's game. Thank you to Justin Pottinger and Hannah Lamata for producing today's show of Bleck and Abdalla. We will be back tomorrow from 2 to 3, uninterrupted. The Power Hour on Bleck and Abdalla tomorrow. Yeah. We'll react to this game. Abdalla, Bears, Ravens, no Lamar Jackson. What happens today?
I think the Bears win. I think it is 24 to, I'm going to go weird score, 24-18.
24-18. I think the defense actually limits the Ravens a bit. I think the Bears control it with their offense. I think the Bears win it 34-17. I think tomorrow's conversation is going to be, is this team good? Waddle, Silvy, Dionne, the pregame show is next.
ESPN Chicago.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Your fantasy roster is set, the smack talk is heating up, and this season ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook, download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
The Raven. Once upon a Sunday dreary, beneath Baltimore's sky so eerie, two teams rise from shadows deep, where legends clash and echoes creep. The ghosts of October passed. The 2024 Bears, 4-2 at this point of the season, and the wind shifted. They were doomed. But wait, this ain't 2024. Yes, they have started the year 4-2. Yes, their opponent's name is a symbol of death and destruction. I see dead people. This is the end. But this Bears team is different. We all feel it. Ben Johnson has been stirring the kettle and adding the right ingredients to ignite the offense. Oh! And it is starting to boil. It's getting hot in here. So hot. Baltimore is 1-5. It's their worst start in Ravens history. Without Lamar Jackson once again today, John Harbaugh's team is clinging to the branch as the vultures are circling. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. A raven may be an omen of death, but it's also a symbol of wisdom, transformation, and guidance. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. We will watch our Bears as they soar and speak no more, just a fool. And Ben Johnson will implore, with win number 5 now in lore. Today, we leave Baltimore. Quoth the Ravens, nevermore. This is Jeff Joniak. Welcome to Baltimore. It's Bears and Ravens on ESPN Chicago and the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
The Chicago Bears Radio Network is brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Miller Lite, the Advantage Dealer Group, and Dr. Pepper. This is Bears football on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes. Now, the Bears pregame show, live on the Chicago Bears radio network. Please welcome Tom Waddle, Dionne Meller, and Mark Silverman.
Let's go streaking. The win streak is up to 4, and I will continue to start every pregame show with that same line as long as they continue this win streak. Welcome in to the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show as the Bears take on the Baltimore Ravens. Looking for 5. That's the magic number, the high 5, as it will be a very interesting game with everything that happened with Lamar Jackson this week and everything that's going on with the Bears secondary. Tom Waddle, Dionne Meller, and I'm Mark Silverman. The phone number to reach us, 312-332-3776. Guys, how you feeling about this one? It's a very interesting matchup, especially with the injuries.
I think I'm in my head about it a little bit more than I thought I would be. I thought, as soon as they said Lamar was out, I figured, okay. But then all the news that came with Kyler Gordon being on IR now and the secondary's already depleted makes me a little bit nervous that they have to adjust on the fly on the road in a lot of ways because they spent the week preparing for Lamar, thinking he would play. A lot of people thought that he would based on his status on Friday, which of course since changed. So I'm overthinking it a little bit, I think, right now, based on the fact that even the head coach has said none of these wins have been particularly pretty just yet.
Which is great because when you can win with your quarterback, not necessarily because of your quarterback, we're waiting for that moment. Maybe this is that moment where Caleb Williams is the one that says, hey, guys, I got you. I'm going to drag you across the finish line. The one thing that I'm comforted by, regardless of who the opponent is every week, is I know this coaching staff will have them ready to play. I don't think they'll be overlooking this 1-5 Ravens team, even without Lamar. Look, this is a team that is probably the most desperate team in the National Football League at this point. They are healthier. Other than Lamar, they're getting a ton of guys back. There's tremendous pedigree here. This is a team that has won an average of 12 games a season the last 3 years. They've been to the postseason 6 out of the last 7 years, and there's a lot of the same faces in that locker room over the course of that stretch. And like what we saw with the Bears coming out of the bye, this team knows how to identify their problems and address them. They are 14-3 coming out of the bye under John Harbaugh. So I like the Bears' chances today. I wouldn't sleep on these Ravens despite their record.
No. And let's face it, we know how elusive the playoffs have been for the Bears in the last several years. And here's a did you know. Remember the did you knows from Sports Centers?
Love the did you know.
I did too.
Did you know that the 5-win mark is the elusive win mark for the Bears, especially in the last 5 seasons? Going back to 2021, the Bears haven't gotten their 5th win before December 10th.
Wow.
So that's a nugget there.
Last year, we know they were 4-2 in the exact same part of the country, and they lost the Washington game, and they would lose 10 straight games. They would not pick up their 5th win to the end of the year. And going back all the way to that 2021 season, the earliest they have hit the 5-win mark is December 10th. So I feel like if you could get over this hump, you could continue to stack wins. Next week, you got another game with the injuries. Like, why don't we talk about this all the time? You don't have to beat the best to be the best. Nope. You just have to beat teams to get to be the best.
And you don't apologize for good fortune. I've said this to you for 20 years now. Every championship season, and I'm not predicting it, I'm just making this statement. Every championship season, regardless of the level of talent of the team that goes on to win that championship, good fortune is part of the equation. It just is. I go back to the days when the 49ers were dominating everyone. I can guarantee you can go back and look through their seasons and see that there were opportunities for them to take advantage of poor situations for the opponent. So you don't apologize because you have to take on Snoop today, and you don't apologize for not having to play Joe Burrow next week.
I don't love that nickname, but it's out of my control.
I think it's great. I'm going to use it a bunch
When
today.
did that take? When did that start? Because the Bears played him a couple of years ago.
2021,
and it feels like they weren't were they calling him Snoop then?
Not that I remember.
I don't even know if that's an accurate nickname.
No,
but
it is.
I'm going to use it all day
that is
today.
what
They've been using it in all the reports.
I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of that. I just think mentally what it would do to get that 5th win now and to see them correct what didn't go well last. There was a lot of disconnect when it came to the passing game last Sunday. And I feel like this is a get-right opportunity for Caleb Williams to take the coaching that they've given him and even his own self-awareness from what he said was wrong last week and missing guys to kind of set that up and then to mentally say, here we are at 4-2 again, but it's going to be different. We got that 5th win. We're turning a corner. I think that would go a long way in that locker room.
Totally agree. And there's a great opportunity for that today. It's a Ravens defense that has not been good. They've been equal opportunity bad against the run and the pass. They give up 380 yards and 32 points per game. That's dead last in the National Football League. They haven't been able to create any pass rush. They don't take the ball away. They give up an average of 4.5 yards per rush. So it's there. Now you got to go take it. And if you look at this Bears season offensively, Caleb was brilliant against the Cowboys, but they didn't run the ball well. There has not been a game this year where offensively they came out of the game and said, look, we hit on all cylinders. Hopefully that's the case today.
That's the key. In my book, like, I'm going to spoil the who needs to rock. Like, I understand that we want the pass rush. I understand that we want the backups in the back end of the defense. I understand you want to continue to take the football away. To me, this is the game where we're now the offense.
Yeah,
and I know they've been scoring, but like even through the air here, where I think it's up to Caleb to sort of really stand out and win this game for them.
Absolutely, could not agree more. And even what I like the most is that the head coach is saying all of these things publicly, and he's saying it in the locker room. He's got their attention. They're seeing, and he says the wins help with the coaching. Because we're winning, I have their attention, and they want more of it, and they're hungry for it. So I feel like this is the week where they make those corrections. We see it actually unfold on the field.
And the coach has said it comes down to completions.
Absolutely.
Caleb is averaging 19 completions per game. He has not eclipsed the 60% completion mark the last 3 weeks. He's completing 61% of his passes for the year. So for me, it starts with more efficiency in terms of getting that completion rate up. If you're only completing 19 passes a game, it's the reason why Luther Burden's only got 1 or 2 catches, or Colston Loveland only has a catch, or DJ only has 2 or 3 catches. You add them up, and if it only adds up to 19, that's the reason why guys really haven't lit up the scoreboard.
And that's what Ben said. He's like, I want to get those guys involved, but if I know we're not completing passes, that's not going to happen. So today is a day to try to make that right.
Yeah, don't forget the phone lines are open. It's always about you guys, the fans. If you want to weigh in, we've had great participation and interaction the last few weeks. 312-332-3776. It's the Dr. Pepper hotline. One-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing, so hit us up at 312-332-3776. Keep that number handy, too, for your halftime calls, your post-game calls with Peggy and Yurko. And by the way, just a quick Google search, he was nicknamed Tyler Huntley, Snoop, way back to high school.
Okay.
When his high school coach at Hallandale High School thought he resembled Snoop Dogg, so he started calling him Snoop. They called him Snoop at Utah when he was in college.
Snoop-a-loop.
So this is just a lack of awareness on our part as far as the nickname game is concerned.
Well, when you have a 2-time MVP quarterback ahead of you, maybe we overlook you a couple times. I'm sorry, Tyler.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, usually we don't harp on the nicknames of backup quarterbacks, right?
Correct. My bad. Yeah. I will try to do better.
How do you guys feel about what happened with the Ravens? Let's get to that one right now, where most of the week he was limited, and there was smoke that he probably or maybe wouldn't play. Credit to our own Courtney Cronin, who told us that all the way back on Wednesday, that she had a feeling that he would not play. They have a game on Thursday, too, and he's coming off these hamstring injuries where you could be cleared, but you're also susceptible to re-injure these injuries. And then on Friday, they listed him as full, and they also listed him as questionable. They didn't say he would play, but they listed him as questionable. And it turned out on Saturday, yesterday, they went back and they said, no, he was limited. And the clarification that they used for that in a statement was because he did participate in the full practice just as a scout team quarterback.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Are these shenanigans? Is this a misrepresentation? How do you feel, and does it bother you?
Well, this happened in real time on Peggy and Dionne yesterday, right? And so we were talking about how the Ravens came into this week as a 6.5-point favorite. Why? Because Vegas thought he was coming back. So as they announced this news, we're watching that change down all the way down to 1.5 at one point. I think it finished at 2.5.
Yeah.
But the Bears are still underdogs, which is kind of surprising to me. I don't remember a time where a team did this, where it went from full to limited, and they had to release a statement, and the NFL is looking into it. So I'm not sure what kind of punishments they give for those sorts of things, but it does feel a little bit. It feels a little icky to me.
Feels like dirty pool.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does. Can you imagine also the message that Ben has given these guys?
Oh, my gosh.
Look, guys, there was a backup quarterback named Snoop under center for a 1-5 team, and they're still favored to beat you guys today. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
It's great bulletin board material.
It is. Not to drag this conversation into the NBA sandbox, But the point spread was really interesting to us all week long.
All week.
Mm-hmm. Even with the limited participation, as Lamar was listed for Wednesday and Thursday, the number still stayed at 6.5. And usually the guys in Vegas know things before we know things. So I was a little bit surprised by that. I think that the number reflects a team, as I mentioned earlier, that does have tremendous pedigree and is getting guys back in a number of places and is a must-win situation. But, I think there'll be a hefty fine that will be levied on the Ravens for how they handled the injury.
Well, especially I think the optics that you mentioned with the NBA.
Yes.
When you had the NBA situation, and the key here, guys, is all these leagues are partnering with the gambling, legalized gambling. So if you're partnering with them, these injury reports are made to be transparent.
Yes.
So the gamblers know. And sure, there's gamesmanship to a point, but you can't play loose and fast with those rules because like we saw in real time on Peggy and Dionne, that the point spread went from 7 at its high point when he was listed as a full participant all the way down to 1 and now settling at 2.5. So that news affected the line. And while it may not hurt the Bears because I think you prepare for Lamar. That's the best way to do it. And Huntley has a similar skill set. It's not like the other way around where they were saying, I remember the Bears played Minnesota years ago and Brett Favre was listed as doubtful.
Right.
And then he ended up playing. And then that's when the NFL did away with some stuff. I'd rather have this happen than that, but it is still a bad look for a team 2 days after this whole gambling scenario happened in the NBA.
I've said this for a couple of years now. I have no problem with the NFL and the NBA and other sports, reaching out to the legalized gambling market and getting revenue from them and partnering up. But to me, it just mandates that you have to have 100% transparency on all fronts. Otherwise, you lose the confidence of your fan base. I'm not sure you could ever shake the confidence of an NFL fan base because, the NFL is king. But I think you owe it to your fans that if you are going to, quote unquote, get into bed with the gambling folks, you have to be 100% transparent. It's one of the reasons, D, that I am a huge fan of expanding instant replay and checking on different types of penalties, especially with related to the quarterback.
All right, hold your thoughts. Let's continue the conversation. We'll get to your calls. 312-332-3776, the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show on the Bears Radio Network. Find your next Chevy, Acura, or Toyota and drive off in under 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. A shout out to Ahmad and all the guys over at the Advantage Dealer Group. Great people, and Dionne drives a car from the Advantage Dealer Group and could speak to all of that. All right, it is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. Bears and Ravens, we're an hour and 45 minutes away from kickoff on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club, September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Find yours at toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
At People's Bank, earning $400 cash has never been easier. Open a new checking account online, complete a few simple steps, and they'll deposit $400 right into your account. Move towards your goals faster with the checking account that fits your life.
$400 cash incentive is available to new checking account customers who open an eligible account online, enroll in e-statements, and receive qualifying direct deposits totaling $1,000 or more within 90 days. Limited to one account per customer. Other terms and conditions apply. Visit ibankpeoples.com/new/checking/account/offer for details. Member FDIC.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Uh-oh, you spot a work zone up ahead, but you're already running late. Hey, is that extra minute really worth risking your safety? Decision time. Will you push your luck and speed through? Or you mind the signs, avoid the fines? Yeah, that's what I thought. Slow down and pass through cautiously. Hard hats off to you, sir. Level passed. While our next work zone is loading, head to itsnotagamillinois.com/arcade to play.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
How about this? We're your home for the new Bears.
I like it. This is the home of your new Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Tom Waddle, Dionne Miller, and Mark Silverman. Bears pregame.
Grady Jarrett will also play for the Bears today. It's the first time in a few games that Grady Jarrett is back. Hopefully that knee's healed. We'll get more from Courtney Cronin. The Bears have injury problems in the back end. Their top 3 corners are all out from the beginning of the year. They've been playing well without Jalen Johnson, to their credit and DA's credit and the entire coaching staff and players. But the Kyler Gordon news was bad. He's had lots of soft tissue injuries. He had 2 different hamstring injuries. They're related, obviously. In the preseason, where he did not come back till 2 games ago, he lasted for 2 games, and now all of a sudden he's got the calf injury and a groin issue as well. So we'll see how they work here today.
The first thing I thought of when they said that he was on IR was that sequence in the second quarter last week where Kyler got a sack, and then Jaquan was right there. I mean, they work so well together, and they can be so aggressive. Hopefully, with the return of Grady Jarrett, they can get a little bit more pressure up front and take that off the secondary that's dealing with the backups today, but I just was disappointed we couldn't see more of that.
Yeah, I think it dictates your defensive game plan from Dennis Allen. You have to sell out to stop the run. You have to hit Derrick Henry and hang on. You have to gang tackle him. And you have to try to pressure Snoop with your front four so that you can protect your secondary. So Kyler Gordon is such a good player and so vital to what they want to do. It gives Dennis Allen tremendous flexibility with pass rush, blitzing, and all kinds of different things. So him not being available definitely was more than a bit of a surprise, and it's not good for their defense.
Dennis Allen mentioned one player when he took this job, and it was Kyler Gordon, and he's only had him for 2 games. That's disappointing.
I got to reach out to Doug or somebody. I'm sure Doug can get that. I'll text him during the break, unless he's listening. Jaquan Brisker and Kyler Gordon are together. Like they're like Batman and Robin. Like I know Kyler Gordon's Spider-Man, but they were drafted together. They play the back end together, but I feel like they have not been on the field together enough. And like when one gets hurt, the other one's healthy, and vice versa.
I think Brisker only played 5 games last year.
Yeah, and like when they're together, it's a much better combo, and you can be way more versatile in what you do as a defensive coordinator. Matt in Arlington Heights here on the Bears Radio Network. What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning, everybody. What a great way to start the week having you guys on the radio. Thanks for getting us ready for the Bears game today. But really quickly, just regarding Caleb, I think we're entering a pretty critical stretch, I think, in what the Bears think of Caleb, knowing that we're going to be on game 7 of the Ben Johnson era. And, I think these next 5 to 6 games are going to really tell us, is Caleb going to be that franchise quarterback, or is he going to be a game manager? And I just this question is kind of directed towards Tom, is, from your, what you've seen out of Caleb, we've seen Justin Fields, we've seen Trubisky, we've seen now with Caleb some great games, right? The game against the Cowboys was great. We've seen some games where it's just this back, take a step back, like last week where it was like, oh, come on, you got to pick it up. Do you think he's on this trajectory, Tom? Do you think he's on a trajectory, or is it still too early to assess where we think he's going to land? Because I want him to be that franchise quarterback, but as every game goes on, I'm wondering if he's going to be that. We can't rely on him to win us games. We're going to have to rely on what's around him. So I want to hear your thoughts.
I feel very confident that he's in a different class than Mitch and Justin. I just think he plays the position with more feel and just plays it better in all areas. Look, there were 2 things that I was looking at this year under the guidance of Ben Johnson that I thought were instrumental to his improvement and him taking that next step. One was cutting down the sack total. Because of the 68 sacks he took last year, many of them, I think we would all agree, many of them were on him. He wasn't really aware where the pressure was coming from. You did see that pirouette move where he turns his back to the defense, something you never really want to do. It kind of crept into his game last week against the Saints as well.
Explain why, too. You explained that during the week very well.
Well, I mean, you want your quarterback to have his eyes downfield at all times. Obviously to see how routes develop and to make sure that you're aware of what's going on. You also want to know where the pass rush is coming from. Anytime a quarterback turns his back and is looking the other direction, his eyes aren't on either his receivers or where the pass rush is coming from. So I'm sure Ben sat down with him this week and said, hey, look, this is not what we want to do. Ben has talked about scramble rules. And my guess is one of the scramble rules is if you can, don't ever turn your back to the defense, because nothing good happens when you do that. So let's get the pirouette move out of your game. He has cut the sack total way down. Now, that's a product of Ben game plan. That's a product of a better offensive line. It's also a product of a young quarterback with better feel in the pocket. So I give him, the way that we blamed him for some of the 68 sacks last year, I'm going to give him credit for cutting that number down to 11 in just 6 games. The other number for me, and I've always said it, is completion percentage. In this game in 2025, you have to be north of 65%. The vast majority of the league, whether you think guys are in the top tier, the middle tier, wherever they're at, most quarterbacks in the league are completing at least 65% of their passes because the wide receiver screens are part of the game. It's just the game is promoting, the quarterback. So he's at 61.1 at this point. As I mentioned before, he hasn't eclipsed the 60% mark in each of his last 3 games. That, to me, is where the real improvement will have to come. And the coaches identified it. You have to complete more than 19 passes a game. So when that happens, and I expect it will, then I think that we'll talk about a quarterback playing as more complete quarterback. But until he does do that, I think he's gonna middle himself. So we'll see what happens.
It's a good breakdown. We'll get more of that coming up. Courtney Cronin's got the injury report, and thank you to Let Us Entertain You. They continue to feed us. Yurko and Peggy will be very happy because they'll get some food today. Since we're all in studio, Yurko won't be happy that I'm actually here, though. Sorry, Yurk. And Oakville Grill and Cellar providing the food today. Shout out to our chef friend, Chef Max Robbins, who is a big fan of Oakville Grill and Cellar. He works for Let Us Entertain You and listens to our flagship station, ESPN 1000. Skip takeout this Bears game. The Oakville Grill and Cellar brings California wine country vibes home. Dionne, you'd love it. Enjoy shareables like Parmesan fries and spinach dip, plus bold mains like dry aged burger or French dip. Order carryout or delivery at theoakville.com.
When are we going? Is the question.
That's right. Well, we'll get some today here in our studio. It's the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. We're approaching 90 minutes away from kickoff. We'll talk to Courtney Cronin next on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey football fans, it's Adam Colopy with the Village of Bedford Park. Just like a winning team needs great players, your business needs the right support to succeed. And that's exactly what you'll find in Bedford Park. Our team works hard to block obstacles, open lanes, and help drive your business into the end zone. Plus, we offer a safe and reliable Lake Michigan water supply. Ready to move the chains for your business? Contact me, Adam Colopy, at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if Auto Owners make sense for you.
At Bell Tire, we don't just care about tires, we care about you. Bell Tire. We care about you too, Tire Man. But caring about our customers is why we'll beat anyone's tire price. And with 0% financing, we make sure everyone can get back on the road fast and affordably. Because taking care of our customers by getting them the best deal possible is how we're changing tires. Bell Tire. See belltire.com for details.
Choose Bradley University. Whether you're building robots, training on cutting-edge medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you. You'll cheer on D1 athletics, study abroad, and choose from over 200 student organizations. Plus, you'll benefit from competitive internships, community-focused research, and a top-tier education that provides a proven return on investments. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Fantasy football Sundays at 7 a.m. on ESPN Chicago.
Bears and Ravens, we're under 90 minutes away from kickoff. The injury report is out, and today's injury report brought to you by Maurice Longo and Associates. If you've been injured at work or in an accident, call our great friends and get in touch with them today at mauricelongo.com. That's MORICILONGO. That's mauricelongo.com. And Dionne, you've got the inactives. You just told me no surprises.
No real surprises. Case Keenum, Roshan Johnson, Ruben Hippolyte, Chris Williams, Tyreek Stevenson, and Cole Kmet.
Let's go to the field right now in Baltimore and pick it up with Courtney Cronin. And to her credit, she was all over the Lamar Jackson story this week. We were broadcasting from Hallis Hall at the PNC Center, and she was walking down the stairs, and she turned to me. She goes, Silvy, I don't think Lamar's going to play. And then she's been on the air with that, saying that she just had an inkling regarding this. So, Courtney, great work. How do you feel this whole thing went down, especially with the way they did the injury report as well?
So we're in a really sensitive week for any injury information because of what happened in the NBA. And I honestly think that this had nothing to do with any sort of gambling stuff, any of the speculation out there about them, cooking the books, if you want to call it that. I think this is a head coach and a staff that tried to have a competitive advantage all the way up until kickoff. But here's the thing you got to know about Lamar Jackson. He's the last guy into the stadium. Any Ravens game I have covered, he's getting here at like 11 o'clock. He doesn't do pregame warm-ups all that often. So it looks real suspect if he would have been questionable on the injury report and doesn't do any warm-up, and then they were to rule him out. So I think that there was some of that, but I also know that the league getting involved, they review practice film. They review designations for players. Lamar, after John Harbaugh volunteered the information before the injury report comes out that he was a full participant, that perks the league's ears up. It's like, full participant, yeah, he went through practice, he didn't leave, but caveat, full participant as a scout team quarterback. So I imagine there are some unhappy people inside of the Ravens building for whoever is in charge of the rules in the front office of not letting the head coach know that you have to be designated that player, even if he's full on the injury report or full in practice. He has to be a limited participant on the injury report because it explicitly states that. I looked at the injury report policy guidelines from the league yesterday. 0.5 on page 4 says that if a player who is a starter takes non-normal reps, which is if he's doing scout team, he's a starting quarterback of this team, that no matter what, if there's a medical reason that does not allow him to take his normal reps, even if he's a full practice guy, but with the scout team, you have to list him as limited. And I imagine we'll be hearing more from the NFL about this. I would venture to guess at this point that there will be a pretty significant fine levied down because the NFL has to worry about the integrity of the game, and they don't want anything that could potentially, even if they didn't mean for it to come across that way, they can't afford to have anything like that, deal with anything like that.
These hardballs, whether it's Jack, the dad, it's John, it's Jim, they're all looking for an edge, aren't they? They're all looking for an edge. It's crazy. Hey, Courtney, can you tell us who's going to start in the secondary for the Bears today?
Yeah, it's Nick McLeod. Obviously, will probably be out there at nickel, and Josh Blackwell was the nickel before. I imagine that he will have some role out there today. But Nashawn Wright is one of their starting cornerbacks, and he's been. It's crazy because this is a guy who was fighting for CB2 in training camp, and now he's their most experienced starting corner out there. It's a weird spot for this Bears defense to be in. This was a position of strength for them not that long ago, and now they're down their top 3 cornerbacks if you include Jalen Johnson in that mix too. I would, they're probably going to have to rotate some guys in there. Obviously, you saw the injury report. There are no cornerbacks outside of the Tyreek Stevenson that are on there because they need all the help they can get.
When you look at Cole Kmet missing his first game as a Bear, what kind of an opportunity is that for Colston Loveland? And what have you seen from him that indicates he's ready for a bigger role?
So what I saw is the trust that Caleb has in him. So he's somebody who caught that third down pass in the second quarter last week, and that set up the touchdown drive where Monungai 2 plays later scores, and they're able to get him, they go up 20-0. So third down catch there, the fourth down catch that they had late in the game that allowed Caleb to kneel it out. When Ben Johnson talked about young players and trust that they have to build in them, that's a prime example. Caleb trusts this guy. So I would imagine with Cole Kmet out, this is an opportunity to get your number 10 overall pick involved. He's got 78 receiving yards and 8 catches. That pales in comparison to where they thought he would be this year. And Ben Johnson was adamant about that this week. But the production's not where anybody thought it would be, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have a role in the offense. Doesn't mean he isn't helping us get better. I just think that's got to translate to the passing game a little bit more.
Courtney, so with Cairo Santos not inactive, is he doing the kicking?
Yeah, he should be. Yeah, absolutely, because we know that Jake Moody was not activated off the practice squad yesterday. So, yes, Cairo will be the kicker today.
What about the roster situation going forward? Any scoop on what's going on who was activated and who hasn't been?
In specific to what? The kicking position?
No, like Booker and some of the procedural things that they've had to go through.
Oh, yes. So they have until Tuesday to get Austin Booker onto the active roster. That would be a really bad look if a healthy player who has been in practice for the last couple of weeks, coming off the knee injury, has to revert to IR healthy for the rest of the year. And I know that Johnson said last week when I asked him that he imagines he'll be helping them soon. But how soon is it going to be? Your pass rush is not fixed. It's not great right now. It was better the other day, but I'm stunned that it's taken this long and that he has remained sidelined while they have other guys that they, whether it's Dominique Robinson, Daniel Hardy, they have Grady Jarrett back today, so there's a numbers game there. You're going to have your starting defensive tackle play. I'm a little stunned as to why that has not already taken place, but they have until Tuesday to get it done, so they have at least a couple more days before his window closes.
Very interesting. And one more thing on Santos. They're all important games, especially with the Bears at 4-2, and hopefully they're going to be in a playoff race here. But is he kicking for his job without putting it just bluntly? If he doesn't have a good game or he misses an important kick, could they make a change, or do you think they're in on him?
Well, they're not in on him after this year. He doesn't have any guaranteed money left on his contract after this season. So, like with every kicker in the NFL, they love you until you miss kicks. And look, he's been hurt. Jake Moody has been great in his absence. He's the most clutch player on this team, given how many field goals and how many points he's scored since week 6. But I will say, they obviously have remained the same with their messaging on Cairo Santos, that he is their kicker when healthy. If things go south, though, and then we're not expecting any weather conditions, I'm standing right next to the goalpost right now, do not see the flags moving all that much. This should be a good day for him in an outdoor stadium, kicking on grass, to get back on track and to, kind of work his way in. But I would say for any kicker, when you have a practice squad kicker who's been elevated and has done what Jake Moody's done, that leash is going to be short for the starter if he messes up in any circumstance.
Courtney, obviously we all know a storyline coming out of the Saints game was the play of Caleb. He admitted he didn't play very well. Over the course of this week, Ben has talked about higher completion percentages. And with all of that in mind, do you expect them to make a conscious effort today to get him some easy completions early to try to get him going?
Yeah, and he's got to find those. He's got to take the check down. We have talked about this with him several times about, are you identifying where that opportunity is? Like the interception. Go back and watch that play. There was, I believe, DJ Moore over the middle of the field. I think to his right was Kyle Monungai in the flat, and then he could have thrown a screen to Colston Loveland. There were opportunities there. Don't look for the hero play. Do not look for the big play. I felt like he kind of reverted back to old habits last week when he did that. Yeah. So I do think there will be a more conscious effort to get him some easy completions against a defense that's healthy right now. Roquan Smith, we all know, is back. And that could put a significant dent in the run game production because of how good he is. I mean, his first game in a month, so we'll see how productive he is. But they've got to win because of Caleb. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be like a nothing left in doubt performance here soon.
Yeah, today would be a great day for that. We see DeAndre Swift is active again. How consistent can they be with this running game that's had a good couple of weeks?
I said it before, like they finally looked like Detroit last week with the offense. And I mean that in like the most respectful manner. Like when you can mirror the type of split that Ben Johnson was so used to having with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, the way that he did last week with DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai, like that's a great place to be. So I imagine they continue to lean on their ground game, especially if there are some ups and downs and hiccups from Caleb in the passing game.
Courtney, anything else that we have not addressed?
No, I think that you guys hit all of it. I mean, it's a really nice day here in Baltimore. It was cold early, but my watch right now says 55 degrees. It'll be about 60 at kickoff in an hour and a half, and it's a really good opportunity for this team. Like, I know Cap and I were talking about this on Friday. Like, opportunity is the right word here to describe what the Bears can do in Baltimore. We know that they don't have Lamar Jackson. I mean, you had to scrap your rush plan, so if you were planning on binge-watching a show, if you're one of the defensive coaches last night, you weren't able to do that because now you have to worry about where does he escape from, what's his depth in the pocket, all of those things. Like, how can you contain the quarterback? But, like, it's not Lamar Jackson. That's the rub here. Like, you have a backup quarterback who you can't let beat you. And your quarterback, as I'm watching Caleb in Rome, you hear people cheering behind me. It's because Caleb just was working on a scramble drill and completed a pass to Rome near the end zone. Rome caught it, so that's good.
That's good. Yes, more of that, please.
See more of that. You got to see more of that, and to know that this team is going to take advantage of this opportunity that they have.
Hey, real quick, Courtney, if Dennis Allen was to binge watch a series, which series do you believe he would watch?
Ooh, is he a Succession guy? Like, do we think that that's his show?
It would be something that is a very quote-unquote smart series, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not going to be blood and guts.
I'm going to ask him. I'd be like, so we were coming up with this idea of, like, you guys having, like, no time now, but on the plane home, if you win, what are you watching?
Yeah.
Maybe it is Succession.
He seems like just like a ball coach. It's always film for him.
Film every time.
Courtney, great work all week, and as usual, all the time. Thanks for all your help.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thanks guys.
Courtney.
Take care.
There you go. And, like, there's so much. We have not talked about Derrick Henry. You still have to stop Derrick Henry on top of the quarterback scrambling. Let's talk about that. And then the Colston Loveland factor. Is this the breakout game? We're going to take your calls here for Who Needs to Rock, 312-332-3776. This is the Advantage Dealer Group pregame show. It's Bears and Ravens. We're about an hour and 15 minutes away from kick on the Chicago Bears radio network. Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffels is a proud partner of the Chicago Bears, and this season, they're teaming up with Special Spaces Illinois to create dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Every time the Bears defense causes a false start at home, Steinhoffels donates $1,000 to Special Spaces Illinois. Steinhoffels, now with 7 locations, has Chicagoland's largest selection of furniture and mattresses, all styles, every budget, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
$1.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month or get 0% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end November 3rd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Game day tailgate starts 4 hours before kickoff. ESPN Chicago.
Don't forget to hit us up on the Dr. Pepper hotline, 312-332-3776. We'll take your calls. Who needs to rock? Great participation thus far. Halftime, your calls. We've had happy halftime calls the last few weeks, which has been outstanding. 312-332-3776. Waddle, you were talking about this off the air. I think you may have mentioned it during the week on the air that today is National Tight Ends Day.
What better way to get Colston Loveland on track?
I mean, it's written for us.
Yeah, and like not only that, but Cole Kmet is out. And shout out to him. He played what? Dionne, 90 straight games?
90 straight games, yeah. His first game missed as a member of the Bears. That is surprising. It's been so steady. Like, I hadn't even realized that it had been that kind of a stretch.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
He had played well, too, recently. He struggled in Vegas.
Yep, absolutely.
Kind of mightily, and then came back and really had a couple of strong games even before he went out against the Saints.
And like this National Tight Ends Day has really, like, I know you'll say, well, okay, they're not going to change their game plan because it's National Tight Ends Day. But I think last year on National Tight Ends Day, there was a record amount of tight ends touchdowns. Yes?
Yes.
So
was there?
let's get Colston Loveland on the board.
Yes.
And then next week, hopefully, is National Quarterback Day. And then we'll get Caleb.
Isn't every Sunday National Quarterback Day?
You're right. Yeah,
in theory?
listen, Colston Loveland, I have not lost any faith in him just because he hasn't been targeted more or been more of a part of the offense. In fact, watching the film last week, despite the low numbers of catches, I thought he played his most physical game, and I thought he was playing faster than he did earlier in the year. And that's just kind of the natural progression of a young player as he gets used to the competition Sunday in and Sunday out at the National Football League level. So, yeah, I still have really high hopes, and nothing that has happened so far this year has dampened how I feel about him as a player.
I think the Bears feel the same way. I mean, Caleb's not completing a lot of passes, but what Courtney pointed out is just the trust that Caleb has in him, and this early in the season to be building on that, I think is really important. And then this would be a great day to get to even have that grow.
Real quick, you have to learn the nuances of playing at this level. Like, he was an outstanding, obviously All-American caliber tight end at Michigan. But he's facing pros, so like he has to run his routes a little bit differently. His technique has to change a little bit. And I just think that there's a little bit of a learning curve that I think he's adapted to, and I think the best is yet to come for him.
And when you get called for a pass interference,
he's
when you just literally stood there,
did nothing
it makes
wrong.
you a little bit like, okay, what am I? You're still navigating that.
He's been the victim of a couple of bad calls. Now I will say this: he's a little twitchy. He's been called for a couple of pre-snap penalties. He's got to clean that up.
Yeah, and we thought those were gone, and then last week they came back.
5 of them.
So they need to take care of that, and let's not make this National Referee Day. They've been in the spotlight too much the last couple of Bears games. Like, I usually don't complain about officiating. I think you always control what you control, but the officiating these last 2 games have been horrific, so hopefully it will be better.
But for the Bears to know that, like, you have to stay even more disciplined because of that, in my opinion. You can't. And as Ben Johnson pointed out, good teams don't have 10 penalties for 90 yards. Like, that's not a consistent thing. They can't. They have to clean that
Yes,
stuff up.
let's have a clean game. TJ in North Wisconsin, you're on ESPN 1000 and the Bears Radio Network. What's up, TJ?
What's going on, guys? Happy game day. I was just kind of wondering what your guys' thoughts were on the future of the cornerback room. We know Stevenson's probably going to be out for at least another week. If Kyler's on IR and Jalen Johnson is out for probably the rest of the year, like, what do we do there? Do we trade for a guy? Do we sign somebody? Like, what's your guys' thoughts?
Well, I don't think there's been any report of Kyler Gordon going on IR. I have not heard that. I don't know what the status of Tyreek Stevenson is. Hopefully this is just a 1-week injury. Unfortunately, they haven't given us any clarity as to how long this may last. But yes, definitely, I think depth is an issue at this particular time. So I think the trade deadline is the Monday after the Bengals game.
Is it the Monday or the Tuesday?
Could be Tuesday.
Tuesday. I think it's a week
Bengals.
It's a week from this Tuesday coming up.
They put Gordon on IR yesterday, so he is on the IR.
I did not know that.
That was the announcement yesterday.
Gordon and Braxton Jones are both on IR.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the thing about Kyler Gordon too, and why this is it's significant is because these soft tissue injuries, while they're different, quote, injuries, they're all related.
Yes.
I was talking to somebody who is in the whole conditioning area and is a doctor, and it's just when one part of the body breaks down, like the hamstring multiple times, you're going to load up on some of the other parts of the body, and then the calf and the groin get bad, and they got to get his body right in the long term. This can't be... That's why, the long-term thing is you've got to shut him down and get the body right.
I know, and it's been such an issue for him. And we were trying to figure out yesterday, Peggy and I were talking about, why is he always injured? He plays so aggressively, and he is kind of like a lighter-built guy. I don't know if that's part of it, or they just can't, they're chasing the injury, right? Like, they can't quite get to him to 100%.
It's hard to tell. Everybody's different. Some guys are just, they're strung more tightly than others. Like, you'll see different basketball, football, whatever the case may be. Some people, their body is just more prone to these types of injuries, but you can't have this. He's one of your best players, and now he's going to be out for an extended period of time. You just signed him to a huge contract extension. So, yeah, this is – I would expect then by the time we get to the trade deadline – they're going to have to add some cornerback depth.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I want them to do is I want them to add guys. Now, they're not always available. Someone that you're going to have going forward. Right. They have made some moves in the past under Ryan Poles where they will send a 6th-round pick or a 5th-round pick for a depth piece. To me, that's not good enough. I don't want a guy just for depth because and he never ends up playing. They've done that with offensive linemen in the past. If you're going to give up something, make sure it's a guy who's going to play Otherwise, you might as well just keep it in trying to develop within your building. So if you can get a corner, a safety, if you can get a pass rusher who's going to grow with your team going forward, do that.
At the safety position as well. I mean, you mentioned that. Like Jaquan Brisker's future beyond this year is probably still up in up in the air because of his history of concussions. Kevin Byard has played fantastic football, but he's getting a little bit older as well. So you're going to have to address that position sooner rather than later, for sure.
If they are still shorthanded when they get to the trade deadline, I mean, Silvy, they can't afford depth pieces. They need guys who can contribute immediately because they don't know, especially with Kyler Gordon. They don't have that luxury.
Like, remember they went out and they traded for Dan Feeney. Wasn't his name Dan Feeney?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he never played for them.
Great mullet, though.
Bates they traded for, not at the deadline, but they gave up a 5th rounder, and he never ended up playing for the Bears. Right. He got hurt, and now all he is a depth piece. Stop trade like Daryl. Who was the player from Seattle, the defensive end? Played in the opener. They gave up a 5th for him.
Yes.
These are guys.
Daryl Taylor.
Daryl Taylor. There you go. Mm-hmm. Like, these are guys who are just they're guys that aren't going to help your football team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keep those picks. Unless there's somebody, like, I'd rather give up a 2nd or a 3rd for a guy who you can grow with going forward.
You got to find those guys.
Yes. They may not be available.
Right. It's like pass rushers. Mm-hmm. Pass rushers are usually available, talented ones, because of contractual issues and other things. No disrespect to Snoop, but next week it's going to get a little bit harder for the secondary with Joe Flacco, and you've got to contain T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and others. So you're right. I mean, the rest of the schedule is littered with teams that can throw the football.
Absolutely.
All right, let's pause 10 seconds for all of our stations to identify themselves. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
This is the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2, Chicago.
All right, load up the phone lines at 312-332-3776. That's the phone number. Who needs to rock? Let's go through a bunch of these phone calls. We've had great participation, and keep that number handy for halftime. But right now, who needs to rock? 312-332-3776. Several Bears on the spot. We'll get to that as we approach an hour away from kickoff. It's Bears and Ravens on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. Guys, we've seen good, we've seen better, and we've seen best. We're flying high into Baltimore this week for the big game. Will the defense deliver more treats, or will it be tricked and sent home? Every football Sunday, I'm making my plays at Circus Sports Illinois. High limits, low holds, amazing customer service, and not a single bet fee ever. And guys, this week, I love the G-Men getting 7.5 against Philadelphia. They're a scrappy team. So download circusports.com today. You got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
In football, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, they save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut, delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Sagamore Rye Whiskey, handcrafted in Baltimore, Maryland, and reviving a style of rye that's older than America itself. It's made entirely in Maryland, from grain to glass, using a unique blend of high rye and low rye mash bills. The result? A smooth, subtly sweet, and delicious whiskey, distilled, aged, and bottled in Baltimore. Sagamore Rye is perfect for sipping or mixing into your favorite cocktail. Check them out at sagamorespirit.com. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to make you a winner every Friday in October with our $500K Double Down giveaway. Earn entries each week to boost your chance of winning a guaranteed $50,000. Then you can choose to walk away or risk half for a shot at $100,000 in cash. Do you dare to double down? Only at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is the home for every Bears game.
Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
ESPN Chicago.
Get the Chicago Bears podcast on the ESPN Chicago app.
Bears and Ravens were under an hour away. No Lamar Jackson for the Ravens today. Kyler Gordon is out and will be out for an extended period of time. It is time for Who Needs to Rock, or Who's Gonna Rock. However you want to phrase it, we take your phone calls. I always like the needs to. Who needs to be on the spot?
Yeah, it feels a little more urgent.
Yeah, it's brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. See Dane Cook November 8th at Hard Rock Live. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. They've got the best shows. It's also a great place just for a night out on the town. Minutes from Chicago. Check them out today at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. All right, guys, who wants to start here? Who needs to rock?
D, who needs to rock?
Well, the defensive line needs to rock. Grady Jarrett needs to rock. We need more Montez Sweat. We need them to make this a very hard day for Snoop. Let's make him uncomfortable right away. Let's jump on them right away. Let's very much get like the right approach to tackling Derrick Henry. Don't let him finally take off on them. They really need to stay disciplined up front. I feel like that will help with the guys they've got moving around in the secondary.
I will build on that. Yes, I wrote down two names, Montez Sweat and Dio Adangbo, and I know I didn't spell Dio's name correctly, but I can pronounce it. Look, your secondary has been decimated by injuries. It's up to you now to carry the heavy load here. You have to get to Snoop, and you have to make him uncomfortable, because the game plan now has to be sell out to stop the run and force Huntley to beat you through the air, preferably from the pocket. Now, this isn't uncommon in the National Football League. Teams have injuries everywhere. Look back to last Monday night where the Lions were starting guys. I don't even know if they knew who they were in the secondary. But what was the best part of their defensive performance as they manhandled the Bucs was their pass rush. They sacked Baker Mayfield 4 times. So the best helper for a secondary that has been decimated by injuries is for the guys up front to do their jobs as best, or better than they have. So my two guys are Dio and Montez.
Last week I went with the running game. They again did it for the second game in a row. I'm going to go passing game this time. The last time I felt like this, where the Bears are going to have to outscore a team, even though Huntley is starting, I feel like the Ravens are going to score some points with the Bears banged up on defense. So the last time I asked the Bears passing game to step up, the quarterback was Dallas. I felt like that was going to be a shootout. Now, Dallas didn't end up scoring a lot of points, but Caleb threw for 4 touchdowns. I feel like you're going to need more than just the run game, and they're going to have to play this complementary football where now the passing game steps up, especially as teams start committing to stop the run. So that's mine. Let's go to the phones at 3776. Let's go to Jordan in Idaho. Jordan, you're on the Bears Radio Network. Who needs to rock?
What's up, fellas? Hey, Colston Loveland. Hey, he's an Idaho boy, too.
Yes.
He's got to rock today. You know what I mean? I'm tired of the Tyler Warren talk. We get Colston moving, get Caleb confident, drive down that field, run the ball, throw the ball. That's when we take that next step. And I know Captain J-Head, we're talking about one word to describe it. I'm going 2 words now. It's take advantage. You have got to take advantage. With Lamar Jackson out, you got to be all over Huntley and just win this game, boys. We got to win today.
It's very, very, very true. Take advantage.
I love that. Yeah, that's a great mindset they need to have.
Chris in Vancouver. How about this? We're all over not only the country, but parts of different countries. Chris, you're on the Bears Radio Network. What do you got?
I'm going to say Caleb. I know that's probably an obvious one, and it's kind of the consensus. It seems that he's got to come to play, but, I mean, we're so banged up on defense. Our pass rush is kind of mediocre at best. I know Lamar's not playing, but it's still going to be a challenge on defense. So, yeah, it's got to be Caleb. I mean, he was bad last week against a bad team at home, so he's got to bounce back. And, yeah, Caleb's got to come to play today.
It's good stuff, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, I like it. I like your selection. I think this has got to be one of those games that you win because of the quarterback, not just with the quarterback. Because on the other side, like, you say what you want about Huntley. He's familiar with this team. He's been on this Ravens team for 5 years. Had a quick stop in Miami, but he has spent the better part of 5 years with this group. Likely's back and healthier. Zay Flowers is out there. DeAndre Hopkins can still play. Bateman's a good player. So outside of just, Derrick Henry, they've got guys to throw the ball to. Mark Andrews has been a top-line tight end in this league for quite some time. So, yeah, I think that there's a really good chance this could be a shootout.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is also a Ravens team that's giving up more points per game than 32. Any team in the league. So now take advantage.
Right.
Take advantage.
Point,
this is an opportunity.
Yeah, there you go. Like, they've been giving this stuff up all year. Pile on. Lewis and Lyle, you're on the Bears Radio Network. What's up, Lewis? Who needs to rock?
I would say it has to be Theo Benedet. He was the one responsible for all those, for almost all of our false starts last week. I have a feeling that it's going to be a lot better. I actually charted this out. They actually do better. They have less false starts on the road, funny enough. But he's got to cut those out. You know what? And we don't really have much room for error with Braxton Jones out. So he's got to stay healthy, and he's got to cut down on the false starts. But that guy's a monster, so I have a feeling that he's going to step up.
It's a good call, Lewis. Thank you. And
it's a funny point, too, that you have fewer false starts on the road, but maybe that's because at times you're on a silent count.
That's what I was going to say, because cadence has been an issue for the Bears, so when they've gone to the silent count, it's almost helped.
It's a good question for Thayer when he joins us in a bit.
Coming up next, I want to take Tony, who is not calling with a who needs to rock. He wants to bring up a point that I'm interested in hearing. Tony, you're on the Bears Radio Network. What do you got for us?
What's up, guys, man? Let me tell you, it's so refreshing hearing your voices on Sundays, man. Let me tell you. I do want to point out real quick before I get to that point, is I really think that Cairo needs to step it up today.
Yeah.
The way old boy has. And hopefully we're just judging him on extra points. But, the kid played his heart out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Cairo, it might have to be a pick to click. He can't mess up today.
Yeah, absolutely right.
But how fresh is this feel that the Bears are on a 4-game win streak, and we're talking about problems?
Right. Like, I know what you're saying. Like, you mean we're talking about winning and fixing problems rather than losing and fixing problems. Like, it is perfect.
I don't remember the last time this happened.
No, look.
I mean, seriously.
I think it is. It's a great quality from this team so far, that they can find ways to win while they haven't been close to playing perfect football. Not even close to playing like great football.
No, they've been bad on third downs. They've been bad in the red zone. They've been bad with penalties. But the great deodorizer is takeaways. And they've taken the ball away 15 times over the course of this 4-game win streak. They're number one in interceptions, number one in takeaways, number one in turnover margin as well. And that has deodorized some of their issues. But there's no doubt. And it also goes to the point we talked about early in the year, learning how to win, winning without your best at times. It becomes it becomes contagious. So, I'm expecting them to come out, clean up some problems, but continue to do some of the things they've done well, going forward, like running a football.
All right, let's get to Tom Thayer. We'll ask him about the silent count and the false start penalties, cleaning those things up. He felt disrespected in a way, and I'll bring that up to start the conversation. It's Bears and Ravens. We're just under 50 minutes from kickoff. Big game as the Bears look for their 5th straight win. We'll get to Tom Thayer next on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
At Old National Wealth Management, our team approach puts together your game-winning financial plan.
Cool. So who's the quarterback?
Your wealth advisor.
And the running back?
The private banker.
How about a wide receiver?
How about a financial planner?
You got any cheerleaders?
That would be our clients.
Okay, I'm game.
Old National Wealth Management, where relationships and results matter. Get old. Old National Wealth Management investment instruments are not FDIC insured nor insured by any other government agency, are not deposits or other obligations of Old National Wealth Management, Old National Bank, its parent company, or affiliates, and involve investment risk, including possible loss of principal.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Reardon Insurance Group in Norwood Park if Auto Owners make sense for you.
You gotta see Jack. You gotta see Jack. Jack Phelan. 'Cause Jack's got something new.
Jack Phelan Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Countryside is your hometown team. For more than 50 years, people have been seeing Jack for a huge new and used car inventory, terrific savings, and customer service that's second to none. If you're ready for a winner, you gotta see Jack. Jack Phelan Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Countryside.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor. Dr. Pepper. It's bold. It's original. It's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears and drink up. It's a Pepper thing.
At 19 weeks pregnant, I found out my blood was attacking my baby. I'm Ellen, and my team said her only chance at survival was a rare procedure.
Top ranked in Illinois for obstetrics and gynecology by U.S. News & World Report, the team at Northwestern Maternal Fetal Medicine Clinic treats high-risk pregnancies from across Chicagoland. They performed an unprecedented 5 in-utero blood transfusions to ensure Ellen and her baby had a compatible blood type.
Today, my baby is healthy and full of life.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Hey, Bears fans, it's Silvy. Steinhoffel's a proud partner of the Chicago Bears. Just opened their newest furniture and mattress superstore in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. That makes 7 Chicagoland locations with the best selection, unbeatable value, and styles for every space and budget. Plus, they're 100% employee-owned. That's a local pride you can feel good about. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Mark your calendar, Chicago. The President's Cup is coming to Medina Country Club, September 22nd through 27th, 2026. Join us for the premier global golf event featuring the top U.S. and international PGA Tour players competing for their country. It's all happening right here in our backyard, and you're not going to want to miss this. Tickets are on sale now at presidentscup.com.
Hey, do you know what time it is? It's Aurelio's Pizza time. Visit AureliosPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
Sync us up with your TV on the ESPN Chicago app.
It's time to talk to Tom Thayer, who is awesome at what he does, Super Bowl champion. wears his heart on his sleeve when it comes to the Bears. He's there early.
He very rarely wears shirts with sleeves, so.
That's right.
Because he's showing off the guns.
Yeah. He's brought to you by UI Health. Expert care for your journey. Visit uihealth.care. And let's go to Baltimore right now. And Tom, you said it to us. I heard you say it during the week. You were not a fan of the Bears being a 7-point underdog when it looked like Lamar would play. Does it bother you even more that they're still a 2.5-point underdog against the backup quarterback?
Not really, because that's kind of a pick-em. You know, when you're only less than a 3-point favorite at home, regardless who you got active and who you don't, it's usually kind of a pick-em type of a game. So, you know, with the reputation that the Baltimore Ravens come into the league, come into their home stadium, the type of players that John Harbaugh has put on the field repeatedly, you know, you still have to give them their due of what they've earned. But this is about what the Bears are trying to earn, and that means they come into this environment, they bring their game with them that they've had the last couple weeks. They perform at a level that Ben Johnson expects these guys to perform at, and they come out of here with a win. And that's the only thing that's going to make me happy.
You heard Ben Johnson say that good teams don't have the amount of penalties that the Bears have had. We just had a caller point out that they have fewer false starts on the road. Why do you think that happens, and what do they have to do to stay disciplined?
You know, Dionne, that's a great point about it, because I think, you know, to me it's kind of weird. I think they got a better rhythm and the cadence when they're in a silent count than they do when Caleb is using the verbal commands at home. And I think when there's consistencies in the volumeless count, they can fall into a rhythm. But when they start getting into a count that may be interrupted just by seconds of thought, then that's when you get the susceptibility of jumping. And I'm anxious to see this today if it all holds true, because if they can stay on rhythm, if they can get off the ball, if they can, you know, this offensive line, they better get in their stance with their head up, because they're going to bring a lot of movable parts and blitzes that's going to affect everybody. So along with the rhythm of the cadence and making sure your assignment's sure, a couple of those things are going to be identifiable throughout the game.
Tom, I think we're all thrilled that it looks like they have found their running game. There's a lot of beef in the center of that Ravens defensive line. Ooh. Do they attack on the perimeter like they have the last couple of weeks?
You know, I think that is, you know, that's been a mainstay of their running game. If they can get the exterior running game going, then it gives them some inside opportunities. And it seems like the inside opportunity is a guy like Monangai, but the outside opportunities are created by the offensive tackles. And so if you still get the same physical approach from those guys on the edge rushing, then I do think that's repeatable during a football game. But, you know, listen, Brent Urban, he's 6'7", 309. He's not a guy that you're going to see his name on the Pro Bowl list. And these other guys, they're good players, but they're not dominant athletes. So if you can get a stalemate where that running back gets to that second level, then you're talking about, 2 to 5 yards per run. And if you can finish the game with a tad over 4 yards per carry, I do think it's going to give you an opportunity to be consistent with the running game and stick with it and try to feed it on the inside as much as you do the outside.
Tom, I asked Doug to come up with a stat for me on Brisker and Gordon playing together earlier in the show, and he has delivered. How about this stat that Brisker and Gordon, who were drafted together, the Bears defense is more versatile when they're together. They have played together in only 32 out of 57 possible games, and obviously that's going to go down even more now with Gordon being out. And they've only played together in 7 out of the last 23 games. What does the loss of Kyler Gordon mean after just playing in 2 games?
If we're talking about a system that's been in place for the last 6 or 7 years, I would be concerned. But we're only in a system that's been in place since Dennis Allen has got here. And he's familiar with the guys that are on his roster as he is with Kyler Gordon. So I'm not sitting here pulling the panic button because Kyler's not playing today. But whomever, in whatever style of defense they figure out they're going to play, say their intentions are to give Derrick Henry 30 carries today, then you're going to see a 3 linebacker set on the game more than you will that nickel defense. So, you might be playing the perfect opponent with the key missing parts in Lamar Jackson if they're going to feed Derrick Henry the ball, and then you have the extra linebackers that can come in and play at that high level.
Tom, I feel more comfortable asking you this question than Ben Johnson because he seems to be irritated about tight end questions. But on National Tight End Day, especially with Cole out, is this the game where we see Colston Loveland become a larger part of the game plan?
Listen, if we're not talking about him after the game other than what he was able to accomplish during the game, then that's a good thing. If we're sitting here trying to figure out what went wrong at the tight end position, then it's going to open up a bigger picture of concern because, they do, Carlson's a good tight end. Smythe is a good tight end. But if you want to really see the guy that they drafted in the first round in how attached he is to the development of his part in the passing game, then this could be the perfect opportunity for him. And so, is he up to – how many snaps is he up to? Is he up to 60 snaps in the game? Because when you talk about Ben in multiple tight end sets, he will be involved in a lot of those multiple tight end sets. And then if you talk about the edge running game, then he's got to be as active in the edge running game as any other position out there. So, man, that dude's got a lot of responsibility on his plate today. And if he comes to play, then maybe we'll anoint another guy from, another tight end in the holiday.
That's why you drafted him 10th overall.
Yeah.
Right.
To handle these types of responsibilities.
Tom, hang in there. We'll bring in J-Mac and also Jeff Joniak with his journal coming up next. It's Bears and Ravens. We're just about 37 minutes away from kickoff on the Chicago Bears radio network.
Illinois State University and Chicago's favorite football team have a lot in common. A long tradition. Illinois State is the oldest public university in Illinois. A history of success. Redbird graduates earn $15,000 more than the national average. And highly regarded recruits. Our newest freshman class is our largest ever. There's never been a better time to tune in on Sundays, and there's never been a better time to be a Redbird. Get started on a Hall of Fame career today. Learn more and apply for admission at illinoisstate.edu/admissions.
Miller Lite, the legendary light beer. The originator, the inventor. If this beer could talk, it'd tell stories about that one time, that night, that one guy, that one gal. Writing a story 50 years long and 50 million friends wide. Because legendary stories start with a light. Here's to 50 years of Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's a bird bash at Potawatomi. Thursdays, you could win up to $50,000 cash in the Bird Bash Game Show. Just play with your rewards card this October for a chance to win. Wouldn't you like to rake in a huge pile of cash? Bird Bash, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com/birdbash. Must be 21 years old to play.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Dear crew, it's Toyota. With an adult-sized third row, everyone's welcome in the Grand Highlander. From sports fans to eco-buffs and movie fans. Sink back in the Sienna with an available rear seat entertainment system. Slip into the RAV4 with available all-wheel drive. And let's go. Toyota. Find yours at toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Uh-oh, you spot a work zone up ahead, but you're already running late. Hey, is that extra minute really worth risking your safety? Decision time. Will you push your luck and speed through? Or you mind the signs, avoid the fines? Yeah, that's what I thought. Slow down and pass through cautiously. Hard hats off to you, sir. Level passed. While our next work zone is loading, head to itsnotagameillinois.com/arcade to play.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
The Chicago Bears podcast. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod. Joniak and Thayer with Jason McKee. Bears football, ESPN Chicago.
Best booth in the business. That's right, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, J-Mac down on the sidelines. They bring you Bears football each and every week, and we love it. Joniak's Journal presented by Steinhoffel, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, now open in Maryville. Shop in-store and online at steinhoffels.com. Jeff, is it true that your nickname is Snoop as well?
I wouldn't see any reason why. How about stupid, though? Because I'll tell you right now, I had a rough start to the day. I woke up with great gratitude. I told the fellas I'm just blessed to be in this position. It's a beautiful fall day in Baltimore. I just feel optimism, but I had a real difficult time with the shower this morning. It was coming out of the spigot nice and hot. I'm ready for a hot shower. I could not get it to come out of the shower head. And I was frustrated. I bathed without it coming out of the shower. Where's the button to push the shower? Because you have a handheld piece, and then you had the one overhead. Until the very end, when I went down to wash my feet, there's the button, and here comes the hot water. Unbelievable. I was ready to ask the hotel for a refund, the whole bit. But things have gotten a lot better since we got a sunny, beautiful day, and I'm ready to go. First impression. Okay, the first down rushing has jumped in 1 week. 1 week from 3.7 to 4.2, which is what Eric Bieniemy preaches. Tom always give me 4. Bieniemy, give me 4.5. And Baltimore at number 1 in the league on first down, far and away at 6.11. Something to keep an eye on today. Second thought, Bears were just 2 of 7 touchdown percentage inside the 30 in Week 7. They ran a lot of plays in the red zone. That has to be an area of immediate improvement. That's where Ben Johnson shines as a play caller and play designer. And I can't wait to see what he digs into his bag today. My third degree. More red zone production. It's about Baltimore, though. And again, this is with and without Lamar Jackson. Believe it or not, they average in the red zone. This is hard to believe. I've never seen this in my life. 0.88 yards per play. That's it. That's less than a yard on 43 plays.
Wow.
They actually have lost 14 passing yards. So if they're struggling there, Bears take advantage of it to bring that heat on the deep. That's the most stunning number by far, the worst in the NFL. And then my fourth and short, Ravens have blitzed on 29% of the dropbacks, 13th most of the NFL. Caleb, number 2 passer against the blitz, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a 137.2 passer rating, which is different than the quarterback rating by some NFL stats. This is from Next Gen Stats. So let's get it done today. That's all I got to say.
And, Jeff, I know that you bathed today instead of showered, which I think is just hilarious.
Yes, I did. But I wasn't happy.
Joniak in a tub, rub-a-dub-dub. Joniak in a tub.
How great am I? I just ripped the curtain open literally for you guys to just have at it, because I am an idiot.
It's the transparency that we love
Snoop.
about you.
I am not Snoop. I'm Stoop.
No, that's fantastic. You mentioned it a couple times, and I want to know what you guys observed in reviewing the tape. What have been the issues in the red zone, and how can they correct that quickly today?
I think you got to be immediately decisive. I think the longer you try to hold on to the ball as a quarterback, if they have a passing play called, the less chances for success you're going to have. You're going to be susceptible to holding calls or possible, offensive pass interference. And then if you're going to set your intentions on a running game in the red zone, it's got to be combined runs. Because if you think immediately, if you get a run for 2 yards and then you got to throw the ball, then you're playing into the hands of the defense. So it's about making sure that you have the dedicated to success and the architect of the design of a pass play, or if you're going to be willing to run the ball in the red zone, then you're going to have to repeat runs.
And they are the 100 rushing yards on 37 runs and 6 touchdowns in the red zone. And Ben loves it. It's not a stretch at all to say what they're doing in Detroit still is what Ben set the course for. And the Lions rush number 1 in the red zone at 64% of the time. Bears are number 5 in the league at 59.7%. So he likes to run in the red zone.
Tom and Jeff join us from the Hyundai booth. Hey, Tom, put your defensive coordinator hat on. What does the game plan look like today from DA, knowing you're without your top 3 corners and you're also not getting a ton of pass rush from your front 4?
In terms of the stopping Derrick Henry, it's a group effort. We are looking at some highlights, and there's a play against the Rams where, they tackle Derrick Henry, but there's 5 guys on him. And then the rest of the plays, there's only 1 tackler in his vicinity, and he's running for big yards or touchdowns. So, and I think we saw it a couple years ago playing the Tennessee Titans with Derrick Henry. The defense did a great job of having a combined group effort in stopping Derrick Henry and kind of took him out of the game. And then, if you do have to put it into the hands of Tyler Huntley, then it's about a deceptive pass rush angles. And that doesn't necessarily always mean the defensive line. I think even though you have some guys in there for Kyler, they're still blitzable. And so is Kevin Byard, and so is Brisker. So I still think that they have the opportunity to be the same defense before, during, and after Kyler Gordon has been in there. But it's going to be about making sure that you stop Derrick Henry first.
Yeah. Huntley, by the way, sacked 4 times on 19 pass plays, and the Ravens 4-11 in the regular season without Jackson. Huntley has 5 of the 7 touchdown passes, but this team without Jackson has been intercepted 16 times by the 5 replacement starting quarterbacks. Thank you, Doug Coletti.
Yeah.
Silvy?
Keep taking it away. I love that. J-Mac, couple questions for you here. Number 1, is it nice to not be rained on here for the first time in a few weeks? And number 2, Derrick Henry, as Tom was just talking about, you played the position. You've seen some great ones. I mean, he is just something, isn't he?
Yeah, first off, the weather is great. Joniak's story about him in the shower actually put a damper on the stadium. We didn't want to hear that.
Thank you.
The weather is absolutely beautiful. And your point about Derrick Henry, he's a guy I had the opportunity to watch him in high school back in the day when he was his playing days down there in Florida. He's the same guy. I mean, he's just a great combination of obviously his size, his speed, and then his contact balance and athleticism. And he can run any type of scheme that you need him to run. The Ravens, they run a lot of outside zone. He's good, obviously, when his shoulder pads are squared to the line of scrimmage, getting downhill. And if you do not get Derrick Henry, if you don't stop his initial momentum, good luck, because you're going to end up on this highlight film, as we've seen from a lot of defenders throughout this entire league.
Hey, J-Mac, where is Yulee, Florida? Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's out south. I think it's near down near Plantation, down near what we call the Muck down in Florida. So it's not a real big school, but he put up numbers there as well. He's the all-time leading rusher in Florida high school history. He passed Emmitt Smith, I think. So he's a guy who's just picked up where he left off. Obviously, we know what he did at Alabama, and we know what he's been doing here in the league. And let's hope he doesn't get anything going today against the Bears.
But J-Mac, he does get his Pro Bowl fullback returning in Patrick Ricard. How big of advantage is that for him, and how big of a problem can that be for the Bears?
It's a big advantage. Ricard is an awesome fullback, a former defensive lineman. They moved to fullback. And as I was going to the press box today, he got off the elevator, and I thought I was a pretty decent-sized human being, but he literally dwarfed me, and I was like, man, that's a fullback? It looks like a defensive tackle. So, having that familiarity with Derrick Henry and Ricard in the backfield, I'm sure the Ravens are looking, obviously, to give a heavy dose of Derrick Henry with Lamar Jackson absent out of the lineup.
Hey, real quick, Jeff, with your shower story, I feel empowered to ask you, if in fact the Bears make it.
A can of worms.
Yeah, you did. If the Bears make it 5 in a row and beat the Ravens, will you go shirt off in the booth for the postgame?
Yeah. No, not going to happen.
No?
To steal a line from a much fitter and younger Ben Johnson, who wants to see this? Nobody.
I do.
Yeah, I think we're going to see it from Ben if they do win in the locker room. Guys, great stuff. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Enjoy.
There they are. They're looking for the DMV sweep, right? They just won a couple weeks ago in D.C. Now you're looking to win in Baltimore. We will hear from Ben Johnson and hear what he has to say. Keys to victory. We're just under 25 minutes away from kickoff. It's Bears and Ravens on the Bears Radio Network.
You all know the 13 reasons to use Windy City to go to Soldier Field, but now there is a 14th, Gate 14. Windy City can drop off and pick up right at the gate. No more trudging in the rain, snow, or cold. Football, concerts, soccer. You'll be safe and warm and get home an hour before your friends. Call 866-94-WINDY or WindyCityLimos.com. Tell them the M&M guy sent you.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Make your game day a winner with Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. This is Joe Aurelio inviting you to indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, 100% real mozzarella, and your favorite premium toppings like our fresh ground Italian sausage. Dine in, carry out, or have it delivered. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Download the Aurelio's app and start earning rewards today. Aurelio's Pizza. It's a sauce.
And here's the snap. Madison takes the ball, prime commercial space, unbeatable access, Lincoln Highway corridor, and they're driving it down the field. Minutes from Chicago, fueled by a talented workforce and supported by a community that's all in. There are incentives on the play and a business-friendly, collaborative approach in the end zone. Touchdown, Madison. Ready to join the winning team? Visit Village of Madison today. The Village of Madison, your next big play.
Roofers and waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
With America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid, backed by America's best warranty. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid. It's the best of both worlds.
Lease the Hyundai Tucson for $259 a month or get 0% APR on the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Offers end November 3rd. Call 224-661-0068 for details.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Do you have a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. A heating or cooling emergency? Call Four Seasons. Same-day hot water tank installation needed? Call Four Seasons. Need a whole home generator? Call Four Seasons. We guarantee same-day installation on all heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Sundays in Chicago, you know the drill. Grit, defense, and cold beer in hand.
That's why we're Team Flight by Yingling. Just 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs, and still packed with that legendary flavor.
Perfect for tailgates, touchdowns, or yelling at your TV. And yes, my TV can hear me.
Whether you're posted in the parking lot for a tailgate or holding court in your living room,
make the smart play. Grab a flight.
Flight by Yingling. Raise the bar, Chicago. DG Yingling & Sons, Pottsville, PA.
Chicago's home for sports is the home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Silvy takes your calls at the half on ESPN Chicago.
Keep that number handy, 312-332-3776. Great round of crosstalk with the booth. And crosstalk, as always, brought to you by Shell. Sign up for the Fuel Rewards program like I have from Shell, and you can earn up to 25 cents per gallon on Bears game days. All right, it's time to hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson. Here's the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
All right, thanks very much, Silvy. Here with Bears head coach Ben Johnson. We're in Baltimore, Maryland at M&T Bank Stadium where the Ravens are celebrating their 30th season. Ben, good to talk to you. I'm going to bring up the word momentum. Can you ride the wave, or do you have to reestablish each game that momentum?
Yeah, each week's its own story. So we're back to square one when we come in on Wednesday. I think the guys have handled last few weeks really well, and our mission here this week is to find a way to win another one.
Yeah, I mean, what's the messaging? Yeah, is it simply that this week?
Yeah, and I think really, you look at where we're at, and a lot of guys in this locker room were here a year ago, and they had this record a year ago, and things went sideways for them. And so just the recognition of, hey, we're at that same spot again, and we can't allow those same mistakes to happen. We got to keep a good thing going. That's us. And then the other thing, I mean, this is a darn good Baltimore team. And so despite what their record says, they play at a high level year in and year out, and they're really well coached. They're coming off a bye. They're going to be hungry. They're desperate. And so we're going to get their best shot.
Brought this up with Tom Thayer, being an 85 Bear, those years that they still were very, very good, and then dipped. The aura of them, the name. That's the way I feel about some of those teams in the AFC North. The aura of the Ravens, because they've been such a winning franchise.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And their trademark has been physical football for the last 18 years since Harbaugh's been there. And so I know when you get a bye week, you go back and you reassess what you're all about. And I know that's in his DNA. And so this is going to be a very physical football game here today.
You've been in that stadium. He's won 100 home games there. Believe it or not, in 18 years he hit 100. So what's it like playing in there? Is it a tough place to play?
There's no question about it. It's one of the harder stadiums to go in there and win. And so we're going to have to handle this environment. Like I said, they're going to be ready to go on their end, and it's going to be loud. And, really, end of the day, it's exactly the way we want it.
All right, let's talk about the health of the club. Secondary banged up. Guys are going to miss today. What are you looking at in terms of personnel there?
Yeah, it's next man up. It's the coaching cliche that you always talk about. And, these guys, we've had a number of guys on our back end that have played significant snaps this year, and we're counting on them to come through for us again. And so no problem. And then the guys around them, they got to step up their game to another level as well. And good things could happen here.
Do you welcome the return of defensive tackle Grady Jarrett this week?
Yeah, we're excited about him getting out there, and we'll keep a snap count number on him, just not to throw him in the fire too much. But I think we'll see feel his presence out there.
All right, let's go into the weeds a little bit, analyzing the Baltimore defense. We mentioned it; they're physical no matter who takes the field, but they've dealt with a lot today as well. How do you describe how they play? Because the 6th highest zone coverage rate, 9th highest in off, 6th lowest zone coverage. I mean, what are you expecting?
It's hard to say because they haven't had a ton of success defensively so far this year. And so when you have a week to reassess that, they could come out and play a lot different than what they've shown on tape so far this year. So we're aware of that. We make it more about us than we do the opponent anyways. And so we got to be on our stuff. We got to be detailed. We've beat ourselves offensively too much over the course of the first 6 games. And so we got to play cleaner football, pre-snap operation, cadence, snaps, exchanges, details, alignments, assignments, and we'll be okay.
Ben, let's take a look at the offense now of the Baltimore Ravens without Lamar Jackson. Tyler Huntley, the start. Do you appreciate the overall skill sets of the talent that is on this offensive side of the ball for Baltimore?
They're loaded all over the place. Derrick Henry is a great runner, has been for the course of his career. Their offensive line is big, physical. Zay Flowers is a really good route runner there from the receiving core, and then their tight ends can do some damage also. So it's really challenging. You got to play disciplined football, and you got to have population to the football as well.
Patrick Ricard also returns. He hasn't played yet with Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's numbers explode.
Yeah. And Ricard's probably one of my favorite players to watch on tape whenever you're seeing an opponent play ball, because he plays the game the way the good Lord made it, wanted it to be. He's physical, he's coming off the ball, and he finishes blocks, and he's a large human being that you got to play fundamental football with to be able to get off his blocks. And so it's no secret why Derrick Henry is better when he's in the game.
6'3", 300 as a former defensive lineman, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Pretty crazy. You mentioned John Harbaugh, and I know you are the son of a coach, obviously Jack Harbaugh. You relate to that, don't you? That father-son in the locker room when you're young. It's kind of cool that you both are on the field on Sunday here today with that background.
Yeah, I mean, you look at their story, and I think their dad was, for both Jim and John, was very instrumental in their upbringing, and certainly probably a big reason why they got into coaching in the first place was that experience. And so, a lot to be said for that. I think both Jim and John have grown to be some of the better coaches in this league. And you talk about John in particular. You're 18 years in one place, and you only had 2 losing seasons. You're doing a lot of things right, and so. It's pretty cool to watch some of these guys and learn of their stories.
All right, what's the name of the game today?
We got to be able to handle these elements, this environment, and not beat ourselves. It's one of those things where offensively we got to play cleaner, defensively we got to play disciplined football, and then on special teams we got to show up. This head coach is a former special teams coordinator, so they might have some gadgets, and so we got to play sound football in that phase as well.
All right, we'll talk to you after the game. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
That's Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Back to Silvy and the crew.
That's right. Got the crew right here, Jeff. Thank you. It's time for our predictions. It's brought to you by Four Seasons. Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons furnace tune-up. Backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today. Save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call them at 866-4-SEASONS. That's 866-4 Seasons. All right, Dionne, what do you think?
I think 28-20 Bears.
8-point win.
Yeah, listen, I think this is an offensive day that we will all look at. As Silvy, you think that Caleb Williams, this is one of those games for him. Clean up your third downs, clean up your red zone stuff, clean up your penalties, and have your quarterback lead the way. My grandson Johnny is perfect since he joined Bears Nation.
Way to go, Johnny!
He's my good luck charm. So I'm going to say Bears 26-23.
26, close game. I got 31-27 Bears.
Okay.
Hit the over. All right, I'll take your halftime calls at 312-332-3776. The call of the game coming up next on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why auto owners